Ms. Lynch, good morning. Ms. Lynch? Ms. Lynch?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Alex. I'm trying to get Ms. Lynch attention. Ms. Lynch,
Yes, Your Honor.
are you my APA today?
I am your APA for one case this morning, requesting an adjournment alongside you. That is for that's Dwight Marks. And it's just a brief adjournment. Defense counsel already agreed, but he will be here, Mr. Dodd. There is a death in my partner's family. Her mother died, and I was requesting an adjournment. The memorial service is going to be that Wednesday.
Okay. We'll wait on Mr. Dodd to get here and get you another day. My condolences.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, Ms. Yancey,
Yes. Yes,
I
sir.
understand
Good morning, Your
you're
Honor. I see you.
withdraw.
I'm sorry.
You say you don't see me?
I didn't see you. I didn't see you there. Good morning.
Okay, you see me now though, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I understand that you want to withdraw from your case, is that right?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. And the defendant's family wants me to withdraw also.
Do you know if Mr. Upshaw is going to be taking that case as well?
The second case, yes, that is what I heard.
Okay. What's your client's name?
Dominic Thornton. Do you need that case number, Your Honor?
No, we have it. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Hey, what are you here on?
Judge, I was told that, I believe I see Attorney Yancey is withdrawing from our case and indicated that the court was going to hear it this morning at 8:30. So I just jumped on just to see what that new date would be.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Mr. Upshaw is in fact going to take the second case as well.
Understood.
Thanks for joining, counsel.
Of course. We do have an exam date, Judge, set for next Friday in this case, just as a heads up.
Okay. What time is that exam?
It's set at, not next Friday. I'm sorry. That's another one I have with you. We have one scheduled for next Wednesday, the 17th at 1:30.
Okay, so we'll probably put this one with that.
This one is that exam. There's another case that Upshaw is handling that I'm not sure when that exam was scheduled for. That's with APA Wilmeth.
That's set for 19th. What case are you talking about on the 7th?
Judge, this is the one where we had the PCC, I think last week. It's with the adult victim with Defendant Thornton. I don't have the. He has two cases right now that have actually been charged. One is with a minor and one is with an adult. I'm handling the one with the adult. They are both sexual assault cases.
Okay. So the other one is on the 19th. What are you talking about that's on the 17th?
So this case, the one that Attorney Yancey is on, we have our exam scheduled for Thornton next Wednesday at 1:30.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so we can probably keep that. Mr. Upshaw just has to make 2 appearances. Mr. Alex,
Yes, sir.
what case are you here on?
Mr. Anderson, an adjourned PCC, and he's present with us on Zoom.
Okay, we're ready on Alex.
Case number 23060700901, people of the state of Michigan versus Demani Anderson. Defendant charged in count 1, assault with intent to do grave bodily harm less than murder by strangulation, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Dream for the people, P number 60249.
Morning, Joseph Alex, appearing on behalf of Mr. Anderson, P 42284. Mr. Anderson, please identify yourself to the court.
Good morning. My name is Demani Anderson.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Alex?
Your Honor, we'd like to set this for a preliminary exam.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Set it for January 22nd at 9:45.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, I'll call you Monday.
Okay. Is it
No, I'll talk to you Monday on phone. We gotta log off.
okay.
Is your client going to appear?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. May I address the court?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I apologize. My mistake. We'd like some relief on the tether requirements for Mr. Anderson. He has a new job and sometimes he opens up at 8 o'clock and sometimes his hours take him until 11:30 p.m. at a Subway at 12 Mile in Halston. I have his manager's number.
Why don't I believe that? He's working from 8 o'clock in the morning to 11:45 at night, is what you tell me?
Yes.
I don't buy that. How many days a week is he working like that?
They float him around 6 days a week. He doesn't work 7, but they change
Working
his
from 8
hours.
o'clock to 11:45 at night, 6 days a week.
Thank you very much.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Miss Yancey,
Yes, sir.
is your client joining us?
No.
Let's go ahead.
Calling case number 2306060701. For the state of Michigan versus Dominique Thornton, defendant is charged in count 1 criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree.
Parents, for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sona Movsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
May it please this honorable court, Mary L. Yancey, on behalf of this court's defendant, Dominic Thornton, and I am the petitioner for withdrawal, Your Honor.
And why are you withdrawing?
I trust the court has had the opportunity to read the motion, but my client has failed to uphold the obligations to our contract, Your Honor. In addition to, I have spoken with the family of the defendant, and they have, as the court understands, retained alternate counsel, and they have indeed asked me to withdraw also. And I have contacted them on several occasions regarding my intent to withdraw.
To understand, your client's family isn't the client.
I do, Your Honor.
Well, I kind of checked the temperature the last time that your client was before me. And well, actually, his attorney was before me on another case. And I kind of had a feeling that was coming.
I'm getting feedback, Your Honor. I didn't hear that last comment you made. You felt.
I kind of had a feeling that was coming, given the representations that were made by the other counsel. That there was some kind of misunderstanding about that type of thing. And so it appeared to the court that Mr. Upshaw would probably be retained in on the second case as well.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, so the court will grant your motion to withdraw.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Will the court email me a copy of the order that signed by you that I submitted?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And Judge, should I still plan on having my victim appear on Wednesday for that exam?
Yes.
Okay, I'll contact Attorney Upshaw and just
You know,
say that again.
if something changes, I'll let you know.
I appreciate it. And I'll make sure Attorney Upshaw has the discovery and everything else and is ready for Wednesday.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Judge. Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Mijas. Mr. Mijas going once. Mr. Mijas going twice.
Hi, Judge.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good.
What can I do for you today?
Well, Your Honor, we have a preliminary hearing scheduled for later in the day. However, Mr. Jones, I believe his name is, he is in federal custody, and I do not believe that he was writted out. I contacted Ms. Drain and your court. Your clerk indicated to come this morning so that we could adjourn the hearing. Ms.
You know
Drain,
he was in federal custody?
I'm absolutely positive of it. I've talked to his attorney, Lillian Diallo, on that matter.
No, beforehand, do we know before today that he was in federal custody?
Yesterday, and I brought that up to the court.
Yesterday, okay, so that wasn't enough time.
Right.
All right. Okay, let's call.
Yeah, Judge, I just found out, and as soon as I did, I called your clerk.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Calling case number 230-567-8501, people of the state of Michigan versus Tyrese Jones. Defendant charged in count 1 is close of sending with intent to fright. Count 2, stalking affidavit, defendant has a defendant for this notice. Count 4, malicious conduction of building 200 or more, but less than 1,000. Defendant also has case number 230-56792. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons fired on discharge banner at building. Count 2, stalking affidavit. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, weapons stolen firearm. It has a conditional offender for this notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Dream for the people, P number 60249. I vote yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Harry Nihas on behalf of Mr. Jones, number 66417.
All right, so we had some off-the-record discussion indicating that Mr. Jones is now in federal custody. That was brought to our attention sometime yesterday. Not enough time to get him here for the preliminary examination, which necessitates us adjourning the preliminary exam. Takes about 2 weeks to get him out of federal custody. So, court finds good cause to adjourn the preliminary examination. I will adjourn it to January 22nd at 10:15.
1 second, Your Honor, if I may. Your Honor, can we do this on the 25th? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I can't the 25th. Can we do this on can we do this on the 23rd?
No, sir, that's my homicide day. Got the 22nd, the 24th, or the 26th.
Twenty-sixth will do, Your Honor.
All right, I'll adjourn it to January 26th at 10 o'clock. Bond will be continued.
Can we do it at 11? I happen to be there at 10 for Mr. Jones. I'm there for Mr. Jones and another in Judge Jefferson's court. So then scheduled at 10.
January 26th at 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dox.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Wilborn, Arden Wilborn.
Mr. Wilborn.
Miss,
I was told that it was going to be the prosecutor had a death in the family, and we were going to get some new dates.
Your Honor, if I may, it's for Kevin Dwight Marks is the case, Mr. Don.
Marks. Mr. Dox.
Mr. Marks, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Marks.
Kevin. Great.
Calling case number 2306-046401, State of Michigan versus Kenneth Marks II. Defendant charged in count one, robbery, Your Honor.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, and to your staff. Dinah Lynch appearing on behalf of the people, P number 84589.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor, and your staff. Attorney Quentin Docs, P number 79657. We'll have a Mr. Marks. I'm asking the court to waive his presence for the purpose of this hearing, Your Honor.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. Ms. Lynch.
Your Honor, due to a personal matter, death in the family, I'm requesting that the preliminary examination presently scheduled for 9 a.m. on the 17th be moved to another date, adjourned to another date. Anytime the following week, the 22nd, 24th, 26th, would work for the people. If that would work for the court, Mr. Docs.
How is January 22nd at 10:15, Mr. Docs?
Okay, I have a trial, Your Honor, that's going to go on the 22nd, Third Circuit. That's going to go.
When do you anticipate your trial to end?
It should only be a day, Your Honor.
Okay, what about the 24th?
At what time, Your Honor?
10:15.
I have a preliminary exam in Dearborn Heights at 10:15 on that day. If we can make it later, I can make it.
Your exam is at what time?
It's at 10:50. It's at 10 o'clock, Your Honor.
January 24th at 12 o'clock?
That works for the defense.
January 24th at 12 o'clock. Court finds good cause for the adjournment and following continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to the court.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Gurr.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready on David Daniel.
Okay.
Calling case number 1205-986-501, people of the State of Michigan versus David Daniel II. Defendant is charged in count one, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree. Count two, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, and to your staff, Carolyn Solari, P number 86651 for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of David Daniel, P86432. Mr. Daniel is not present with us today. I had asked for this adjourned PCC because this is a very old case. I believe it's from 2012. So I wanted some time to locate Mr. Daniel, and I have actually done that. Yesterday, I was informed that he has been in custody at the Macomb County Jail, awaiting sentencing in a 6th Circuit Court proceeding. He was sentenced on that on Tuesday, and he was sentenced to 6 to 15 years, Your Honor. So I'm asking for one more PCC, one to see where he's going to be transferred to, and I don't know the process, how long that takes. But then two, to give me time to meet with him, speak with him, go over this case, and see how he wants to proceed.
In light of that, Ms. Solari, are you guys still wanting to proceed in this matter?
Yes, the people are, Your Honor.
I'm inclined to set this matter for exam, but I need to put it out at least 2 weeks for him to be written from, it says Macomb County.
So he is currently in the Macomb County Jail, but because he was just sentenced on Tuesday to 6 to 15 years, he's going to be transferred to some facility, obviously, you know, a corrections facility, and I'm just not sure which facility he's going to be transferred to yet.
Okay. Let's do this then. Let's put it over. I'll adjourn the probable cause conference for 1 week.
That works. Thank you, Your Honor.
Get an idea of where he's at, and then we can get him here 2 weeks from that day. So I'll adjourn the probable cause conference to January 19th at 8:30.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Do that.
Your Honor.
Actually, Your Honor, I apologize. One more matter with Mr. Daniel. So right now he has a personal bond in this matter. Is there any way that we can get a nominal bond, at least for him to earn credit? I'm not sure now since he's gonna be in a corrections facility, would he get credit? But at least his time in Macomb County Jail.
I'm going to continue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bassan.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on DL Wesley, Wesley, and I'll be waiving his appearance.
Calling case number 2405-505001 for State Michigan versus DL Wesley. Defendant is charged in count 1, reckless driving causing death, count 2, reckless driving causing serious impairment of the body function, count 3, operating while intoxicated causing death, count 4, operating while intoxicated causing serious injury.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Lockbeeler for the people, P70668.
Good morning, Your Honor. Again, Attorney Kevin Bassan, P71061 on behalf of Mr. DL Wesley. Judge, I would ask that Mr. Wesley's appearance be waived for this particular hearing, Judge, and I'm also asking for a new PCC date, and I'll explain why. As a result of this incident, Judge, Mr. Wesley suffered serious bodily injuries himself. He had several surgeries in St. John's Hospital. I just visited him literally 2 days ago while he was at St. John's following his surgeries, and he was heavily sedated. So I haven't really had a chance to speak with my client thoroughly about this case. He was just transferred to Heritage Nursing Home as of yesterday, and I still have not made contact with him since the county jail transferred him to Heritage. And so I'm asking for just a final PCC to make good contact with my client, go over some of the facts of this case with my client. And just for the record, Judge, from my understanding, he can't really stand up right now because he had major surgery on his legs. And so if this is set for a preliminary exam, I just want to be able to see his health status when we get to that point. But I'm asking for a new PCC date at this time, Judge.
Well, I won't make him stand during the preliminary examination.
Well, I guess my concern, Judge, honestly, is whether or not he'll be able to make it to court. So he might be doing his exam from video. I'm just giving the court a heads up, Your Honor, because of his health.
Is there a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
I would have to speak with the people about that. I don't know if they're destined to go forward with an exam on this one. But that's something I do want to talk to Mr. Lockbeeler about.
Exam?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Will the people be demanding an exam in this matter?
On this one, I'm going to have to talk with a supervisor about it, but I'll get in touch with Mr. Basant.
I need to know in terms of what I'm going to do with this matter. If I'm going to adjourn the PCC, or if it's definitely going to exam, I need to set the exam probably today.
I would think that this is not going to go to an exam. Typically, I would see this one being waived.
And I would probably agree with that, Judge. I just don't want to make an intelligent decision today on that.
I understand. That's why I said, is there a possibility it may resolve itself short of exam? If so, then I can adjourn the PCC. It's definitely going to go to exam, but I'd rather set the exam out. But given that there may be a possibility that it may resolve itself short of the exam, I will grant adjournment of the probable cause conference. I will adjourn the PCC to January 19th at 8:30.
And Judge, I would just ask, I've received a police report in this matter. I would just ask if there's any digital discovery, if that could be sent to me as well.
Yes, I'll send that.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Cattleman has a case with us today. He's going to do one of them.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you. What is it? Let's see.
Okay, so the only one who has left before the exam is number 2. So we don't know who has the
They said they were going to try to get in touch with Sharon Jones because she has a case with us today.
If not, I'll call Bill Ray. Where do I know this name, Jacoby? That's how. Does that name sound familiar to you, Mr. Jacoby? Sure, we did that earlier this week. He's probably here for an exam. He's still in the rain. Yep, his exam is set January 19th at 9:30. No, he's in my way. Oh, be easy. Mr. Easley, unmute yourself. Ms. Jones.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you going to represent one of the people I held in contempt court yesterday?
Yes, but they haven't sent me anything. I do have an exam in Judge Jefferson's at 9:15.
Okay.
What time is the contempt?
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, is it here? Did she? I didn't get anything yet. Okay.
Have they gone through it?
Is there?
Mr. Easley,
Yes, sir.
why are you here, sir?
I thought I had a court date the 12th. I had the one the 5th and also the 12th of you, I believe.
Those were dates that were given to you at the arraignment. So your attorney came in and set the preliminary examination for January 19th at 9:30. That's going to be
19th. Oh, that's going to be in.
Listen, stop talking. Listen to me. January 19th at 9:30. That's going to be in person in 36th District Court.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
See you then. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
We have the prisoners. They typically get here by 10 o'clock.
Okay, I'll be back down at 10.
Okay, see you.
Is there a file associated with what's?
I can give you a rundown as to what happened.
Yes.
So yesterday I had preliminary examination on homicide. Which one is she representing? Okay, so that's the mom.
Okay.
So facts, we had a guy who was allegedly beating up his girlfriend. Girlfriend calls her family and friends to come. They ride up on him, they see him still hitting her. They get out, they jump on him. One of the friends of the family member pulls a gun or gets a gun, fires a single shot, hits him in the arm, and kills him. Your client is the victim's mother. Came in yesterday, she sat for the preliminary examination. She watched a young lady testify, young lady called her family and so forth. And then afterwards, there was a huge disturbance in the hall. Lots of yelling, screaming, cussing, trying to get at each other. I got off the bench, I went in the hallway and observed it myself. Took custody, girlfriend and mother's red line.
Okay, Veronica, what was your last name? Johnson?
Yeah, Buki Johnson.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back down at 10.
All right. Hey, Mr. Callahan.
Judge, how are you?
Doing good, thank you. Prisoners aren't here yet. We're expecting about 10 o'clock. That's when county jail usually gets moved.
I'm sorry.
You're here on the other person that I'm holding in contempt of court, right?
Right.
Yeah, the county jail usually doesn't get moved until 10 o'clock.
Okay. May I have that individual's name?
Yes, it is Jasmine Lockett.
Jasmine.
Lockett. Lockett.
Good.
Okay, I appreciate you, sir. Thank
Yeah, I just gotta be out of here by 10:30.
you. It won't take long.
No, I didn't think so. And Alexander phone.
No. 9:30. Discussion too, so, see if he's over by that time.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Gonna be out there in the hallway.
Yeah.
If he arrives, I'll come out there and get you.
Thank you.
This is our Wilson Atkins, is that you? Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, Your Honor. I am here for Cordell Walker. He has that check.
You hear you?
You don't have a communication. No.
We have a defendant. Where's your client? Where's your client?
Where's my client? No, I have no representations to make for him.
Okay. Calling case 2360260, people of the state of Michigan versus Cordero Lawan Walker. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with the dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green with People, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson, of Neighborhood Defender Service, P77960, on behalf of Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker is not present. I would, for the record, state that neither is the complainant in this matter.
But as you know, we have to get to point A before we get to point Z.
I understand that, Your Honor.
Point A is your client's hearings. The client have no explanation as to his whereabouts.
I have no representations to make the court now.
The court will issue a case, revoked bond, and set the new bond at 25,000 cash.
I would ask that the court consider, given the statute about failure to appear first time and there being no complainant present for the preliminary exam, wait 48 hours before issuing.
Moment.
Sophia. 77960.
You have your pick one. Right here.
More time. He's currently at trial time for the prosecutor.
Morning. Good morning. My name is Martez. Martez what? Morning. Oh, we just can't use you, Mr. Moore? No. That was somebody else. Oh, okay. Or, I'm just saying. One back. Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Thornton, so you're the same Mr. Thornton who had Miss Yancey as an attorney, right?
No, I'm Norman.
Oh, Norman.
Yes, sir.
Oh, she said. What are you here for, Mr. Norman?
Exam, 9:30.
What time? 9:30. 9:30. Martez, that's it. What's your name, sir?
Todd.
Mr. Todd. Have you seen your attorney, Mr. Todd?
Oh, yes, sir. He's currently outside.
Okay. Anthony
And then
Lewis.
your first name?
Lewis, Lewis.
Just a common name.
Officer Williams.
This is it.
Leave.
I'm not leaving you, I'm just exiting the building.
I don't know, this is the second time you left, right? Last time, yeah, you say you want to work with me on that?
It wasn't never perfect.
YouTube was asking about you.
Tell them I said good morning. Good morning.
Officer Williams said good morning, y'all.
It's the end. Yeah. I'll make you too. Don't make me cry all time. Yeah, you know I'm a cry baby. That's how I know it's been 5 years. It's been 5 years in what, March? Thanks. Yeah. I'm always thinking about y'all. Even this one.
So just remember on Mondays and Wednesdays.
Okay. About 4 months, I'll be on campus. For the next 4 months, Caddy. They make me go back to the Caddy. Those two races are different.
Hey, now how you doing?
We got fixed today. We ain't got enough rooms. I don't know what they gonna do. We ain't got enough rooms for our victims. 2 does 5. We'll start putting them over there in jobs. I know when your court case. Today? Yeah, let me go real down. I am. A lady on my block, she passed her funeral today, but I really feel about it. She was 100, she passed after her birthday about 5 days, she turned 100. For the case.
Yes.
The leaper, Superman. Oh, we had a little one out here, he was watching. So next door, this is big, we about to be. Thank you so much.
She said, thank you so much, Carl West.
I have to find out how to look through checks. Look, next door, you know, they had a big puppy big. He came up, so we had. That's how you can't do that, go back in there.
Mr. Callahan, the client here?
My client is in custody.
Oh. Well, that's right. You're.
Yeah, well.
Mr. Noakes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your client here?
He's here.
Okay, let's have him step in.
We're ready to go.
Martez Norman.
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2360629, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Martez Trevon Norman. Defendant is charged with count 1, unlawful imprisonment. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Ben. Please, this honorable court, William Noakes, P 42796, of the Neighborhood Defender Service in Detroit. On behalf of Mr. Martez Norman, who's present in the courtroom, please tell the judge your name, sir.
Martez Trevon Norman. Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's dated time of the exam. She is not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
And I would like to dismiss.
So, or court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need to dismiss the order.
Fill it out.
All right. Mr. Callahan, you ready? Your client is Coleman in custody as well?
He's in custody on waivers, President.
Okay. I don't see the code. Oh.
He's on the same
It's
case.
on the same case. I didn't realize that. Sorry. Yes. Calling case 2360629, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Alexander Ryan Coleman. Defendant is charged with count 1, unlawful imprisonment. Defendant has a habitual offender court against those. Parents is for that.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Evan Callahan, P 30564 on behalf of the defendant. Judge, for purposes of today's proceedings, I'll waive or ask the court to waive Mr. Coleman's presence.
Where is Mr. Coleman?
Dr. White County Jail.
Okay.
Hold on a second, hold on.
Date time set for preliminary examination, are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Pleading witness was notified of today's date of the exam. She is not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
We'll dismiss this matter without prejudice. Mr. Lewis here?
Yes, he is.
Let's have him step down.
I need to be with you. Back to the table.
I'm just waiting to be,
Okay.
So yeah, Jasmine Lockett.
is there any paperwork?
Take a look at the file. Should I explain to you what happened? No, I explain to you. The other ones. So yesterday I held a preliminary examination. Of a young man who was allegedly beaten up his girlfriend calls her family, friends to come over. They arrive at the scene to see who's still hitting her. They get out, they begin to fight with her. And the friend, he said, the fires a single shot, hits him in the arm. So the girlfriend comes to testify. I imagine the mom was upset that she thought these people to the scene and ended up killing the son. And they get them home, big outbursts, cussing, screaming, all this kind of stuff. Like, I don't think I go out there and see that. So, from moving mother, as well as girl, and two very close. So I feel no kind. I feel like at the point. What happens from here is totally dependent.
My client just reminded me of this.
This was a determination. Thank you.
Miss Lockett's on her way up. Lockett's on her way up. Yeah, Lockett, right?
Yes. Okay.
Council, Miss Lockett's on her way up. Lockett?
Oh, on the way up?
Yep.
Good. Three zero five six one.
remember what color you are.
No. Second.
Wait.
Should take it.
Oh,
Yes.
Mr. May has Mr. Counselor Lewis listening to a non-vote call.
Like I said.
It's fine, it's fine.
2 minutes.
All right.
We're ready, Judge.
Bring her out.
What's the real? It's gonna be next year.
This is case number 24000001 versus Veronica. I'm sorry. This is case number 24000000 people versus Jasmine Lockett for the court on contempt court. Parents for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley here for plea number 6024.
Good morning, Your Honor. Evan Callahan, P30564, on behalf of the defendant who stands to my left.
Your name for the record.
Jasmine Lockett.
All right, so yesterday, court took Ms. Lockett into custody because of the disturbance that she took part in yesterday while this court was in session conducting its business. Ms. Lockett was a witness in the preliminary examination that I was doing just before that. there was a disturbance in the hallway. The court got off the bench and went to the hallway and observed for myself Ms. Lockett, as well as Ms. Nia Dupuy Johnson engaging in some kind of verbal altercation. It's kind of hard to calm Ms. Lockett down. In fact, she was giving my court officer a little bit of business as well. That type of behavior will not be tolerated down here whatsoever. Well, where do you think you are? I have a zero tolerance for that. Mr. Calhoun?
Judge, the defendant would admit that the behavior was out of line. I don't believe this will ever happen again. She's very remorseful. She's never been in trouble.
Ms. Lockett, what do you have to say?
I apologize for the way that I acted yesterday. I did act out of control. I got attacked. I opened up the door to go to the bathroom as the prosecutor was coming in, and she called me. The lady that was locked up right now is not the woman I was arguing. It was her daughter. She called me out my name and she started putting her hands in my face when I was about to go to the bathroom. That's how the incident started. I opened up the door. The prosecutor was about to come in there and talk to me. And I was about to go to the bathroom. But as I was walking out to go to the bathroom, the girl and the prosecutor was standing right there. And she called me out my name and she started putting her hands like up and stuff like that. And I basically just told her, like, I have papers for what happened.
I wish I had known that yesterday.
I tried to tell her at the bit, you told me not to talk. I tried to say something, you told me not to talk.
I guess I was going to what the prosecutor told me. The prosecutor told me that it was her mother who came to the door.
No, sir, it was a light-skinned lady that was sitting right there and she was mugging me the whole time I was on stage.
The court is not going to hold you to or to dismiss. Thank you.
Yeah, you're giving this call, Mr. Arthur. Yeah, but you're calling down there and get it dismissed. So you have to get lots of no paper to finish about this. Yeah, register, yeah, female son. Okay, okay.
Donna, who's on the other young lady?
She's up in another court right now. She's up in another court right now. So let's come back down a second. Yeah, what's her name right now? She's supposed to make it in. Oh man, what was that time? Mr. Greg at 9:45 to the prisoner list. Great.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning, Judge.
Happy New Year. How you doing?
Same to you. I am truly blessed. How about yourself, Judge?
Doing good, thank you. Are you ready?
Technically, the prosecutor's ready, but I just have to put on the record, and I guess we will proceed anyway. But the 911 call that I was asking for the last time, she was just able to send it to my email just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
We tried to play it now, but it wouldn't play for her on her recording. So we're gonna.
Did you try it on yours?
I don't have anything with me, Judge. So we just gonna go with just place it on the record and proceed.
Calling case 2360489, people of the state of Michigan versus Damari Ali Todd. Kenneth charged in count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 assault with dangerous weapon, count 3 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Jones, people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Please report Anthony Lewis for the defendant 43876. Mr. Todd, place your name on the record.
Good morning, County Top.
This is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I have one witness and she is present.
I mean,
Judge, as the defense counsel, we have just received the 911 recording. We were not able to play it on the prosecutor's device, so I have not heard it. I would ask for an adjournment, but I know this court's stance on this, so I'll leave it up to the court as to what the court wants to do.
we request for an adjournment to be denied. Let's proceed.
So at this time, the people would call Ms. Susan Newcastle.
Thank you. Okay, hope you have a good day.
Judge, I have the name.
Okay, great. Now, please step forward, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that will be to your left. In fact, you can pick that up and place it in your lap so you can speak directly into that. Okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name once again for the record. Mr. Jackson, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right? Ms. McCaskill, I want to bring your attention to the date of December 14th of last year, 2023. Do you remember that date? Yeah. And where were you on that date? You said you're at home? Yeah. Okay, where's your home located? Okay, and it is at 3760 West Davison in Detroit, County, Wayne? Yeah. Okay, thank you. And is that your home? Yeah. Does anyone live there at your home with you?
It's just my little sister.
Your little sister, okay. And what happened on that day? In the early morning?
The early morning, I was getting ready for work.
Speak into the microphone, please.
I was getting ready for work, but I had to be there at 6, but I was late. I was getting ready for work. I heard a knock at the door. I went to the steps. I didn't see nobody. So I continued to be ready for work. When I got towards the kitchen, I seen a shadow out of my house. I noticed who it was. I asked, why were you on KV? Why were you outside my house?
Okay, let me stop right there for a minute. You said you noticed who it was.
Yes.
Who was it? What is Demari's last name?
Todd.
Okay. And how do you know Demari Todd?
He was my best friend.
Okay. And do you see Demari Todd in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
He's sitting over there. He's moving.
Murder, please, the request, because they don't have any defense of our time.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, so, what was the status of your relationship on this day?
From my understanding, we was broken up.
You were broken up?
Yes.
Okay, so did Mr. Todd ever live in that house? Okay. Did you ever live with him?
Yes.
Where?
Okay,
so was that at his house or someone else's house?
that was you.
Okay. All right, and, did you have any items still at his house?
Not at this particular moment.
You did not, okay. So you said you saw Demari Todd outside of your house at about 7:30 a.m. What did you say to him, if anything?
Why are you outside my house? Can you just leave? And
He didn't leave. Had you when was the last conversation that you had with Mr. Todd before he came to your house?
the last conversation we had was him coming to pick up his apartment key.
When was that?
I probably say a couple of days before the incident had happened.
Okay. To pick up his apartment key from you?
Yes.
Okay. So you wouldn't have a key for his apartment to come and go, for that, right? Okay. So is that because your relationship had ended?
Yes.
Okay. So you asked him, why are you here?
Yes.
On this day. What was his response, if anything?
Open the door, bitch. I said, oh, no, I'm not kill you.
He said, I told you I'm gonna kill you?
Yes.
And had he told you he was gonna kill you before?
He didn't tell me, but I'm thinking he told someone else because someone texted me.
Objection, Your Honor, as to,
Speculation is sustained.
and I would ask that it be stricken.
So
Okay. So how did you feel when he said it to you?
I was in shock because he was a person that I loved.
So what happened? What happened, if anything, after you made that statement?
He snatched my window up.
Okay, so you said he was at a window by the kitchen?
So the way my house is set up, I have windows like all on the side of my house. So when I noticed where he was at the window towards my kitchen.
Okay.
Once we noticed each other, he came to a whole different other window.
Okay. So you saw each other through one window?
Yes.
And then you're saying he walked to another window?
Yes.
Was that the next window down, on that same side of the house?
Mhm.
Okay.
And it's the window that he was trying to pull me out.
Okay, so when he walked down to that other window, what room was that?
That was my living room.
Okay. And was that window intact?
So one of my latches was broke.
Okay.
So only one side of my window was locked.
Okay.
The other didn't.
Okay.
So once he snatched it up.
What do you mean he snatched?
He had a knife.
He had a knife. Did you
Yes.
see the knife?
Yes.
Okay, what can you describe the knife?
It was red. It had a red handle.
Red hand. Okay. So what did he do with that knife?
Broke the window, and as he was pulling me out of it, I was pulling myself back in. And then once he realized he was snatched it out, he cut me with it.
Okay, where did he cut you with the knife?
On my right hand. I don't.
Okay. And do you have any mark on your tongue?
Yeah.
Right now, okay. So we're gonna get back to that later. So he's outside of the house, you're inside of the house. Okay. So you're saying he uses the knife to pull the window up?
Yeah.
And you said he tried to snatch you out of the house?
Yeah.
How did he do that?
So I was letting the window down, close it.
Okay.
Snatched my arm out of the house. Well, we was literally doing tug and war with my arm.
Okay. So did he put his hands inside of the window?
Yes.
Okay. How long did that go on?
It went on for a good minute. I was screaming and calling out my phone.
Okay, so you got on the phone.
Yeah, I was already on the phone that morning.
When did you call 911 that morning?
Yes, when after he cut me and he took off, I was calling the police.
Okay.
And as the phone was ringing, we called the police. And then he left.
Okay, so he left after
Yes.
you confirmed that you were calling the police. Okay. All right, and your fingers, did you have to receive medical treatment?
Yes. First stitches.
Okay, did you go to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, and they gave you 4 stitches?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a mark on your finger?
Yes.
And could you hold that up? Okay. And can we see them? I know you showed me, you showed it to me. Is there, do you have a band in that?
It's on my other finger.
Oh, okay. Can you show the court the mark on your finger? So you got.
Indicating for the record, it looks like on her right thumb, just above or at the portion where the thumb bends, there seems to be some kind of healed scar.
All right, and you said that you just got the stitches out?
Yes.
And what day was that?
I was there January 1st.
Did you give her permission of any kind to come to your house or try to do your? I have no further questions at this time.
Cross exam.
Thank you. Mr. Castle. The police report states that you stated that you have only known Mr. Todd for 7 years.
Now that's an improper question. You may want to rephrase that.
Mr. Castle, how long have you known Mr. Todd?
Well, we grew up in the same church together. We was only dating for 7 years.
Now, were you asked the question as to how long you have known him by the police?
No.
You said Mr. Todd came to your home that morning, correct?
Yes.
And did he explain to you why he came to your home?
Yes.
And was this about you putting stuff out there on social media about him?
No.
Okay. And have you put things out there on social media about him?
No. I was
Okay.
sharing posts and he felt that they was about him.
Okay, so he did tell you that's the reason he was there then?
He meant, well, that's not what he said. That's not why he said he came from the house.
Okay, now, let's get to the window part of this, where he's at your kitchen, he's near your kitchen window. Fair statement?
Yeah.
And then he moves away from that kitchen window and he goes to the right of that kitchen window to another one. Would that be correct?
Okay, so the way my house is set up, I have my big front kitchen window, then I have the little window right there, and I have the window right there and the window by my kitchen. When I got towards my kitchen, I looked out that window, I seen him. I came back, we seen each other, which made him follow to where I was going. I said to Mari, why are you outside my house? Why are you here? Can you leave? He said no. I proceed to walk away. He meets me at the other window, snatches that window up, and said, "Bitch, open your door. I told you I was coming to kill you."
Okay, so you walk away from the window that is closest to the kitchen. Fair statement?
Yes.
And then what room are you walking into when you?
I'm walking into my living room, like my living room and my dining room, like they share the same door space.
Okay, and would this be your picture window that you're referring to?
No.
Okay, so it's a smaller window?
Yes.
And would it be to the right or to the left of that picture window?
Right.
Okay, now, let's say that you're inside of your home, just like you were, and these events are unfolding. So it's to the right of your picture window as you're standing inside of your home. Okay. You're gonna need to speak up.
Yes, that's how my house is set up.
Okay, now, so you stopped in front of that window.
And asked him, "Why are you outside my house? Can you leave?"
Okay, so that means you've asked him again, correct?
To leave.
And did he repeat the same thing to you?
"Bitch, open your door, I'm coming to kill you." And I told him I'm not opening my door.
Okay, so you knew at that time, based upon what you said, that he said he wanted to kill you, right?
Yes, and I told my friends.
Oh, okay, when you said you told your friend, who was this friend that you told?
I was on the phone with my friend Tina.
Okay, as I stated, who was the friend that you told?
Tina.
What's her last name?
I don't know her last name.
But she's your friend, right?
Yes, we have worked together.
Okay, and how long have you worked with Tina?
For a year.
For a year. The employment location where, and the name of the place where you work with Tina. What's the address and the name?
Well, first of all, we worked at Comfort together.
Okay.
But I currently work at Amazon.
Okay, so she doesn't work at Amazon with you currently.
Correct.
She did not work at Amazon with you on December the 14th of 2023.
No, she didn't.
Okay, so this is a past person. Is she still a friend then?
Yes, she's still my friend.
And
She guys met DeMar.
Okay, so where does she work at?
She works at Family Dollar somewhere.
And do you know the location?
No.
And you say you was on the phone with her, right?
Yes.
Oh, what's her phone number?
We're not doing that, Mr. Lewis. On YouTube, sir.
Oh, then Judge, I'll ask for it after we get off.
Good, from the prosecutor.
Okay, now, when you called your friend, was that before you laid eyes on Mr. Todd?
No, we was already on the phone that morning because she called and asked me to stay on the phone with her while she walks to work.
Oh, so you were on the phone with her before you laid eyes on Mr. Todd?
Yes.
Okay, and when you laid eyes on Mr. Todd, so have you talked with her since this incident?
Yes, I talk to her every day.
Okay, now, let's move on to this other window that you're at. How many feet would you say you are away from that window?
It wasn't no feet. I was directly at the window.
Okay, and he threatens to take your life, right?
Yes.
And he's at this window too, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, and when you saw him take out his knife and start to jiggle with your window, what did you do?
First off, it wasn't even no jiggle. It was the window flew straight up. Instantly flew straight up. Straight up. And I went to close the window. And when I went to close the window, he snatched my arm outside and was pulling me out the window. If he would have pulled me out the window, he would have killed me.
Do you remember your testimony on direct examination, ma'am?
Over the phone?
The questions that this young lady asked you, Ms. Castle?
Yes.
the question that this young lady asked you, do you remember the question about how he got into your home?
Yes, I told her about the knife, and I also told her that the window flew straight up. It went straight up.
Now,
Like, what do you mean?
well, what, Ms. McCaskill, it seems like you really don't want to be here. Is that?
I don't want to be here because I still love this man. What do you mean? Of course I don't want to be here.
Oh, now, I'm back to my original question. When he started jiggling or whatever he did with this knife to lift up this window, what were you doing?
Testimony, Mr. Lewis. Testimony was that the window went straight up. There was no jiggling of the knife.
No, Judge, I'm putting that in there because she said he pried the window with the knife.
She didn't say anything about jiggling with the knife. She
Judge,
said the window went straight up.
Judge, and I admit that I just put that in there. I'm
asking you not to just put that in.
Okay. Okay, then, ma'am, when he pried the window open with the knife, what did you do?
I was in shock, like you. I was in shock. Like you really opened your mouth, you breaking into my house.
Oh, okay, and you was in shock, and did you step back?
No.
Okay, so you.
Because when it went up, I literally took my arm. I had blinds. I took my arm and went over those blinds and went to reach and shut the window down. He stopped it and pushed it back up and pulled my arm out. And we was playing tug of war with my arm until I squatted down for him not to pull me out the window.
Okay, now, and the blinds, as you just demonstrated, the blinds were not raised up, they were down,
Yes,
correct?
they were down.
And they must have been open so that you could see him standing at the window. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, the way my blinds are set up, I keep my blinds partially open, partially closed. I have the blinds where you twist the thing to close them.
Are they vertical or horizontal blinds?
Do they go straight up and down or do they go across?
They go straight up and down.
Oh, now, and you were able to, when he pried open the window with his knife, you did not do anything, correct?
I stood there.
You stood there.
And said, why are you doing this? Why are you ready?
And then when the window came up, what did you do then?
I reached my arm to close it. With the same hand that he cut, I reached it to close it. And when I was pushing it down, he flew it back up and snatched me out.
And he snatched you out?
Snatched my arm, pulling me out. I'm tugging with this man like this.
Okay, and then how did you get away from him that you did not come out of the window?
Because I can hold my own weight.
Okay, and how much do you weigh?
I weigh 143.
Okay, now, and you pulled back.
Yes, I squatted down and I pulled myself back into my house.
Okay.
Because I'm not about to let no man pull me out my window and try to harm me.
And what happened then?
He cut my hand.
He cut your hand, you pulled back into the house, then he cut your hand, or did he cut your thumb?
He cut my thumb.
Okay.
Hand thumb is on my hand.
Now, when he cut your thumb, was he inside the house?
He was outside the window. Like I was literally like this. When I had my hand, he said, he pulling me. I'm pulling myself back in. He takes his knife and does like this. And I said, Damari, you just cut me.
Now, Ms. McCaskill, isn't it true that you threw a hairdryer at Mr. Todd?
No, that's not true. I didn't throw it.
Isn't it true that you and Mr. Todd was pulling on this hairdryer, this handheld hairdryer?
I didn't throw no hairdryer at him. If I would have threw my hairdryer at him, he would have felt it.
Now, Ms. McCaskill, were you and Mr. Todd struggling, playing tug of war with a hairdryer?
No, we was playing tug of war with my arm.
Okay, tug of war with your arm. Okay, now, and once you was cut, did the tug of war continue?
No, it stopped.
It stopped. Who stopped it?
I did when I dropped down to the floor.
Okay.
And he took off.
And he took off. And what did you do next?
I picked up my phone and I called the police.
Okay, so that would mean that you terminated the phone call with your friend Tina, correct?
I told her to call the police as well. She hung up. I don't know if she called her. But once my phone ended, I picked up my phone and I called the police myself.
And did you get dispatched?
Yes, I did.
And did they dispatch a car to your home?
Yes, they did.
And do you know if the police had body cameras on, if you know what they are?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Did you show the police the window that my client pried open?
Yes, I did. And from that window, I also showed them the blood from the window tracking from my window to my kitchen, because I ran in my kitchen.
Okay.
Because my hand was leaking everywhere.
Now, do you know if the police went to the outside of the window?
No, I don't know.
Okay. And so you were able to observe everything that the police did while they were inside your home. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so when they walked outside of your home, did you see them go straight to their car and leave, or did they walk around your property?
I don't know if they went straight to their car because, like I said, my hand was leaking and I went back to my kitchen.
And did you refuse to go to the hospital at that time with the police?
They never asked me if I wanted to go to the hospital. My mom was right there.
Okay, so
my mom and my sister took me.
Okay, so your mom and your sister took you. And if I was to tell you that the police report said that you refused to go to the hospital, would that be a fair statement?
It could be.
Now your testimony. Rephrase.
Did the police officers ask you if you wanted to be taken to the hospital to treat your wound?
Not by them, because my mom was right there.
Okay, so the police officers never said anything to you about that?
Because my mom was right there. My mom let me know that she was about to take me.
Did you and your mom go to the hospital as the police was leaving, or did the police leave and then you went to the hospital?
I went to the hospital after they left.
Okay.
Because I had to finish getting dressed.
So you weren't completely dressed?
I know, I was getting ready for work.
Okay.
I was late. I was supposed to be to work at 6:30.
And what was the time that you called my client's parents?
I don't even remember what time that was.
Okay.
But whatever time it was, I talked to his mom and I talked to his dad more than I talked to his mom.
Okay.
And his dad told me like, yeah, he just turned himself in.
Now, did you tell his father that he had came into your house and went up your stairs to your bedroom?
No.
Okay. So.
I never said he came into my house.
Okay.
And went in my bedroom.
And you talked to his mother also, correct?
Yeah, but she was just okay in. That's all she could say was okay in.
And what did you tell his mother?
I wasn't able to tell his mama nothing, but my mom was like, your son just broke into my daughter's house and harmed her.
I said, what did you tell?
I didn't talk to his mama.
Okay, you didn't talk to his mother. Okay, but your mother talked to his mother.
Yes, and all she could say was okay in.
Okay, now, and.
Like she didn't give a fuck.
So you were listening to the conversation?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what is your mother's name?
My mother's name is Roshonda Mitchell.
Judge, I'm gonna need to get that information off the record. The phone number and address of Roshonda Mitchell, I'll need to get that off the record for future court proceedings.
Talk to the prosecutor.
Ms. McCaskill, your little sister that you made reference to on direct examination, how old is she?
She's 25.
And was she at home at this time?
No, she had just went to her brother's court date. She went with her brother's court date.
Now, when you talk to Mr. Todd's father, were there two other women with you at that time?
My mother and my sister.
Okay.
My older sister.
Okay. Now, your older sister's name, what's your older sister's name?
Mercedes.
And she's obviously older than you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judge Allen, you need to get that phone number and address too off the record. Now, when the three of you women were talking to Mr. Hill, was this on a speakerphone or did you all pass the phone around where each of you got to speak with?
It was on speaker.
Okay. And do you remember what you said to Mr. Hill?
I said he broke into my house. Like,
and that was it.
the whole, I explained what happened. My mom explained what happened. Everybody explained what happened.
Ms. McCaskill.
What?
I can only ask you what you said. Did you say? Okay. Ms. McCaskill, what did you say, if you remember what you said to Mr. Hill?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Without telling the court what your sister or your mother said, do you remember what your mother said to Mr. Hill?
Cause for hearsay.
I don't remember. That happened.
Cause for hearsay, Mr. Lewis.
I'm not asking her to tell us what she said. I just wanted to. Judge, because there's 911 calls that we couldn't hear, we couldn't even play, so I'm not sure what's on those 911 calls. That's it.
I'm telling you, it's not relevant.
Oh, Judge, would the court object to the same question as it applies to the older sister and to the?
Not relevant.
Okay. Mr. Castro, the detective, was there a detective that called you and asked you to come in for an interview?
No, because the next day the detectives came to my house.
Oh, okay, now, the two detectives that you said came to your house, do you have their names?
No, I don't remember their name.
Did they provide you with a card?
No, they didn't. I don't know.
And the two detectives that came to your home, do you remember what race they were?
They was white.
Did they tell you what precinct they were from?
I don't even remember half the shit that my bad. I don't even remember everything I was said because I was on my way to work when they came to my house. Because they said they were trying to get in contact with me, but the police wrote my number down wrong.
Okay. Do you know if at your home on the day of this incident when the police came, how many police came to your home?
One car.
One car, and did that have two officers in it?
Yeah.
And there was no other police vehicle that came to your home, right?
No.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Any other directions? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the people?
Judge, no witnesses, because it would just create a question of fact.
Your Honor, this time I would move to find over a charge. And in reverse.
Judge, I will leave it up to the court.
Court is satisfied people with the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in 21. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause for the defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be January 26, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Bound will be
Judge, he has a tether. She lives in Detroit. He lives in Oakland. She has never ventured into Detroit, but for the one time, would the court consider removing the tether? He has no reason to go to Detroit. He has no reason to go prior to. And so he's under house arrest, Judge. And the arraigned judge told, or magistrate told, the only reason he's getting a personal bond is because he turned himself in. So he doesn't have no reason to get in any other trouble, hasn't never been in any other trouble. But I know it's a policy that when it's a domestic violence, they want to keep track of the defendant. But Judge, he has no reason to go to Detroit, and that would be it.
What's the issue with the tether?
Judge, it's just that he's on house arrest, and he was not able to.
Decline in court?
Pardon, Judge?
Is he employed?
Yes, he's employed.
Where's he work?
Magnum, you don't need to say that. Speak of this.
Magna Cosmopolitan Assembly of UNC.
How long have you worked there?
3 years now.
What do you do there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am a MRO Priviton. I used to be a team.
What?
MRO Priviton. I used to be a team.
Say that again.
MRO Priviton. I help with the robotics.
This is the last time you worked?
Friday. I'm sorry, yesterday.
I thought he was on house arrest.
Judge, he's working remotely, but that's become difficult because he's on house arrest. No, Judge, it's not that difficult, but I'm just saying it would be easier for him to be able to travel back and forth to New Hudson. That's all. Now,
how is that easier?
Oh, okay, Judge.
Working remote.
Okay, Judge. He has something else he needs to say. So if the court would let him explain his employment, because I don't
want
know.
to tell me, sir.
I apologize, Your Honor. Only there is no issue really. Only issue there was is it's prohibiting me from seeing my son. My son's mom stays in Flint, so normally I would travel out to go get him. That's the other thing. And my
can't bring him to you?
She has been, but my tether agent has also been uncooperative. Like it's been hard for me to kind of go out and do things as far as like getting a simple oil change or different things like that because he doesn't answer his phone. And I don't want to take the risk of going somewhere and, I get in trouble. But other than that, I have no problem with 10%.
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Judge, so that means that tether will stay on there because that was the only question I was concerned about.
Yes.
Oh.
Ms. Jones, your client is here. Did you want to talk to him?
I spoke personally.
You did, okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
Step up. Still next to your attorney. Come on.
Honor, my apologies for coming in, but we had a hearing set for 10 o'clock and experience when we should have it. This is here, I'm only asking because I have another hearing across the street. That I have.
Who's your client?
It's Mr. Perkins, he's out in the hallway now, he's been missing. I'm gonna grab them right now.
Come on in. I'll make sure you get there, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Calling case 2360602, State of Michigan versus Henry Donnell Perkins. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has an additional offender 30 offense notice. He also has case 2360601, charged in count 1 assault with potentially great bodily harm, and murder by strangulation. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 3 weapons, felony, firearms, second offense notice. Count 4 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 5 felony, firearms, second offense notice. Defendant has an additional third offense notice. Appearances for murder, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, key number 60249 on both cases.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alexander Trout with the Neighborhood Defender Service, key 85948, appearing on behalf of Mr. Perkins for both cases as well. Mr. Perkins, if you could state the name for the record.
Henry Perkins. There's a date time set for preliminary examination in both matters. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time for the exam. She is not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense requests that both cases be dismissed without prejudice.
So the court will dismiss both matters without prejudice. I need dismissal order. Okay, we're ready for this. All right, Mr. Johnson.
There you go.
Thank you.
Posey, if there's one back there against the dismissal.
We're waiting on an attorney on this one.
We'll do this now first.
All right.
Calling case 2400001, People versus Veronica Nyabuki Johnson. Here on the contempt of court. Appearance for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, key number 60249. Is the court attorney Sharon Jones, 5713? Yeah.
All right, so Miss, say your name for me.
Veronica Johnson, Anya Bulike.
Anya Buruke.
Yes.
Johnson, Anya Buruke, is before the court on contempt of court based on her actions yesterday. There was a disturbance in the hallway after this court did a preliminary examination of homicide, and I understand that complaining witness is the defendant's son. Although I completely understand, you have my condolences for your loss. However, that kind of foolishness will not be tolerated down here. I don't know where you think you are. That caused me to get off the bench and come in the hallway where I saw you acting a complete fool, you and others. Now, I talked to the other young lady who was before the court this morning, and she indicated that it was not you who started the matter, that it was actually your daughter. So you can thank your daughter for having you spend the night in jail, because I came out and what I saw was you clowning and acting the fool out there. Jones?
Your Honor, thank you. I did explain to her that she's charged with contempt under, I believe, MCL 600.171. She is very remorseful about her behavior. She wanted to explain to the court that she was just given so much surprising information, and she didn't. That was not her intention to cause a ruckus. The court when she did, she just reacted to the force of her emotions, and also learned that she started her grandmother and her deceased son.
Anything you'd like to tell me, ma'am? Step to the microphone, sorry.
Your Honor, I apologize. I was in a place, I was shocked. I was having a private conversation. We thought someone was in the courtroom fighting because of a lot of noise. Eventually, I looked over and I saw that the girl that I was talking to the prosecution was in their room, and I didn't know she was here. She can hear everything. I was shocked, and I kept asking, why is she here? Why? And you heard my loud mouth, because I'm loud and I'm sorry. And it escalated, and you see, you know, I'm sorry. I would not disrespect any courthouse. But at that time, it wasn't because I was in Detroit. The way my mind was, it could have happened anywhere. I was shocked. And I apologize for being disrespectful and interfering with the court. I didn't mean for that to happen.
Well, let me say this. I completely understand where you're coming from. I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child, especially in the manner that you lost your child. I understand and I sympathize with you. Believe me, I do. But I also understand that although I can't condone what you did, I understand it. And if I had lost my child, I would probably do something similar to what you did, or maybe even worse. But I also understand that there's consequences for my actions. And so after I did what I did, I would extend my arms out and expect those handcuffs to be slapped on me and I'll go in the back. Understanding that there is consequences for my actions. I, in no way, form, or fashion, wanted to put me in jail yesterday. That is not what we're about. We don't believe in victimizing you again. We've already been victim by losing son. Cause you that kind of pain and anguish. But at the same time, that behavior that was distributed, that took place yesterday, is unacceptable. It's scary enough for people to come down here. Can you imagine you're here on a homicide as a witness, and you don't want to be here, and you see people outside wanting to fight each other and so forth like that. It's already traumatizing. And it's traumatizing to you. You know that.
Yes, sir.
So I was forced to do what I had to do. Or it's not unfortunate. And my condolences.
Thank you. And I apologize. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jones. You guys ready for it?
What's your name?
My name is Peter, Michael Judge died.
I got a case. That's what we make here. Okay, this is the master.
Yeah, sure.
So you have to arm for the. That's why.
That's Mr. Miller, who talks to John.
Mr. Miller, you need to talk any word real quick? Okay, go ahead. Yes.
I'll switch places.
Oh, I was just saying, oh, Mr. Ringo, stand. Oh, no. That's a dirty.
Right.
Holy God. Which one is it?
Yeah.
Yes,
You want to start, Rick?
just for a second. I'll be right back.
We come back up.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Got my name.
Which one you want?
Latoya Sigley.
Here you go.
Share. Okay, thank you. No, that's okay.
It's all bad. Is yours gonna be home?
Yeah. No, sorry. Good luck today.
I very very dangerous. You okay? Are you okay? Oh, he gotta use the bathroom. He on the phone. So Lacey, come out here and conduct yourself accordingly. Not right now. He gonna take you to the bathroom. You okay? Okay, go ahead.
Get in the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Paperwork right there.
Yeah, one of us. Yeah, that's what you're.
Yes, sir. Hey, how you doing? Good, how are Ladies, gentlemen, keep the conversation to
I'm gonna head over there.
Maybe this time.
Thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, you too.
Y'all dismissing. It's a new. Let's at least be. Where are you?
Judge Foreman. How are you? That's good. It's a blessing to see you. Yeah, I'm still a thing. All right, take care. All right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So send out.
Right.
Just, you know. You're supposed to answer on one day. I think about it.
Yeah.
No, she would never.
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe if there's an we could, Madam Prosecutor. Okay, wait.
Mr. Feinstein?
Tiara.
Close. Calling case 2360589, people of the state of Michigan versus Tierra and Posey. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 and 4, felony firearm, count 5, domestic violence, count 6, weapons, firearms, reckless use, count 7, weapons, firearms, brandishing, count 8, assault or assault battery. Hearings for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Gray for the people, P number 6024.
Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron for the Neighborhood Defender Service, P85265, standing in for Attorney Segura, representing Ms. Posey.
Tell me your name and record.
Tiara Posey.
There's date and time set for your examination of your agency.
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Complaining witness is not present. I am not able to their testimony.
Judge, I wish to dismiss this case.
So order for court to dismiss this time without prejudice.
Yes, only way we call it.
Who's next, Williams?
This is Davion Terrell.
Davion Terrell, calling case 2360611, people of the state of Michigan versus Davion Terrell. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, intent to degrade bodily harm, murder by strangulation. Count 2, malicious destruction of personal property, $20 more but less than $1,000. Count 3, domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green, booking number 60249.
Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron, the Neighborhood Defender Service, 85265, representing Mr. Terrell. Mr. Terrell, please stand for the record.
Davion Terrell. Today's the date, time set for preliminary examination. We're ready to proceed.
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The saying that this was notified that you may be time for the exam, and that present I can proceed with other time.
We know to dismiss the case.
So, or the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Did you dismiss already?
Yes. Thank you.
We got the look, but and I was probably 621.
What can I do for you, Ms. Nelson?
Your Honor, I'm now with Mr. Walker. I'm bringing him in to set aside the warrant and get the case dismissed, but if we could do it over Zoom, that would be preferable.
What happened to him?
He lost his phone. He has no transportation. He just learned of the court date when I left a card at his house last night. He called me from someone else's phone this morning.
Okay, so why couldn't he get here today?
I can bring him right now. We can come in if that's necessary.
Be here at the appointed time.
Because he was unaware of the court date, Your Honor, due to the loss of his phone.
I thought you said he called you last night from someone else's phone.
No, he called me after I left court this morning from someone else's phone. I had left a card at his apartment last night. I think he found it this morning. But he's right here.
Who do you have?
Latoya Stingley.
What are we doing with this thing?
I believe Ms. Drain is ready to proceed.
Calling case 2360521, people of the state of Michigan versus Latoya Singh. Latoya Marie Singh, defendants charged with count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 weapons, firearms discharged while aimed without malice and injury, count 4 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green, booking number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Kraus, P81830, appearing on behalf of Ms. Singley. Please state your name for the record, please.
Latoya Stingley.
Today is the date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
I am not prepared to proceed at this time, Your Honor. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time for the hearing. And he is not present. I cannot proceed without his testimony.
I would ask for a dismissal, Judge.
So, or court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Now, wait, no. Sir, did you want to do this, Mr. Craig now, Mr. Miller's case, 945?
Sure. Calvin Craig, calling case 2360428, people of the state of Michigan versus Calvin Adjournment Craig. Defendants charged with count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 unlawful imprisonment. That's Mr. Craig. Defendants charged with count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 unlawful imprisonment, count 3 unlawful imprisonment, count 4 assault, intent to break bodily harm, murder by strangulation. Count 5, weapons, firearms, possession by felony. Count 6, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, felony firearm, domestic violence and or knowingly assaulted pregnant individual, second offense notice. Defendant has an official within the fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Grant for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jay Grant Miller, P58658, on behalf of Mr. Doug Craig, who stands to my left.
Tell me your name, for the record. There's a date time set for exam. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will be?
I have 2 witnesses, Your Honor.
Preliminary matters before you call your witness.
Your Honor, I've requested mutual sequestration of witnesses.
All right. If there's any witnesses in the courtroom, please step into the hallway until further notice. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness in order to log off at this time. And call your witness.
At this time, the people will call Sharita Terry, spelled CHARISHA-TERRY.
Now, please step forward. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, man. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into the microphone to your left. In fact, you can take that microphone and place it in your lap so you can speak directly into it. Okay. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name once again for the record.
Cherish Terry.
I am going to be asking you some questions today, Ms. Terry. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Terry, I want to bring your attention back to the date of December 8th of last year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yeah.
Where were you on that date?
Before I got home, I was out with my friend going to get tattoos.
You were out with your friend going to get tattoos?
Yeah.
What's your friend's name?
Dejanay.
Dejanay, what is Dejanay's last name?
Garrett.
Okay. And did you both arrive home?
Yeah.
And where was that your home?
Yeah.
And where is that located?
36203 Mile Drive.
Is that in the city of Detroit, the county line?
Yeah.
Is that your house?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone live in that house with you?
My 2 children.
Just your 2 children?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are they?
4 and 5.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what time you arrived back at the house with Dejanay?
I got home around 12 or 1 o'clock.
Okay. And what happened? Did Dejanay stay at the house with you?
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened after you got home?
I walked around the house, I just checked around, felt a little uneasy, and then I went upstairs to use the bathroom. I was just sitting in the bathroom with my phone out.
You were sitting in the bathroom with your phone out?
Yeah.
Okay. Other than Dejanay, were your kids at home there?
No.
With you? Okay. All right, so you're sitting in the bathroom. What happens next?
I see a shadow, I think that it's Deja. I look over and it's Calvin.
Calvin, who's Calvin's last name?
It's Calvin Craig.
Calvin Craig. How do you know Calvin Craig?
We dated for a few years.
A few years, okay. When did your relationship end?
Our relationship ended, I can't remember the exact date, but maybe August that year, last year.
Okay, August 2023?
Yes.
Okay. All right, your relationship ended at that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so, did Mr. Craig live in the house with you?
He was
he did not live there. He had his things there. He was spending the night. He had just recently left his house due to a problem with his landlord.
Okay. As of December 8th, though, was he living at your house?
No.
Okay. Do you see Calvin Craig in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
For identification purposes for the court, did you indicate where he is and what he's doing?
He's next to the guy in the suit wearing a green jumpsuit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, this record reflect this is unidentified defendant, Calvin Craig.
So noted.
Thank you. How did you feel when you saw Calvin Craig in your house at that time of day?
I was scared. Yes, I was scared.
Why were you scared?
Because the way he was looking at me and he had been texting and calling me and threatening me.
Okay, when was he texting and calling you?
Before I arrived to the house, he stopped texting me around 11:30 maybe. So I went home thinking that I was just safe to go home.
Okay, and you said he was threatening you. Is he threatening you in those calls and texts?
Not really in those calls and texts. He was more so upset that he couldn't get in the house because I was not there.
Okay. Was he supposed to come to the house that night?
I don't know. I was out getting tattoos. It was not a deal of ours for me to be there to unlock the door for him. He just was homeless at the time.
Okay, I see. All right, so you see Mr. Craig. What happens next?
He walks up to me, he like presses his face into my face, he whispers in my ear, stuff like, you know what the fuck is about to happen, and you knew what you did, and then he reached in his pocket and showed me the gun that he had.
Okay, and could you describe that gun?
It was a black small gun.
Have you ever seen that gun before?
Yes.
Where have you seen that gun before?
Outside of his home he was living in previously. I found it outside and I let whoever in the house know that it was somebody's gun was sitting out there. I don't know who it belonged to, but I saw it outside in the grass.
Okay, so you saw that gun at his house before?
Yes.
Okay. So when he said those things to you, what were you thinking?
I was extremely nervous. I was scared. I didn't know what was about to happen. I was more so trying to stay calm and not rile him up anymore. I also have my sister with me. She's young and she had nothing to do with nothing, so.
Okay.
I want her to be safe.
Okay, and who's your sister?
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend, I called her my sister.
Okay.
Dejanay.
Okay, Dejanay. Do you know where Dejanay was at that moment?
She was in the room, standing right in front of the TV, like looking for something to watch.
Okay.
When he walked, I was in the bathroom and she was in the room.
Okay, so was the bathroom like part of the bedroom, or was it just in separate rooms?
Two separate rooms. It's a hallway, and then it's the room first, and then right after the room is the bathroom.
Okay. So what happens next?
I proceed to leave out the bathroom and kind of like ignore what things that he's saying, and he starts to talk to Dejanay, but both of us, like, who the fuck are you? Why are you here? Why do you have her here? This what you was about to do. This is why I couldn't get in. Stuff like that.
Okay. What happens next?
Just argue, go back and forth. He is threatening me. He's doing stuff like stepping on my feet, like applying pressure to my feet while he's close to me. We just argued for a long time. I can't really go into every specific detail, but we argued. He pulled the gun out of his pocket, dropped it, kicked it. The argument went on for at least 2 or 3 hours.
Okay. So it was just that arguing for 2 or 3 hours?
Little grabbing, pushing.
Grabbing and pushing.
Yeah.
Did he, did you ever ask him to leave, or did you try to leave?
Yes, I tried to take Dejanay home. I told him he could just literally go and lay down and go to sleep and go to work tomorrow, but that doesn't stop it. He told me I needed to apologize, so I apologized. I kept trying to ignore or not let the argument make me react, but it wouldn't. There's nothing I could do to make him stop.
Okay. What did he Could you describe the time he was there, what did he do to you physically? I know you said he hit you in the head.
He more so like with his own head, applying pressure to like stepping on my feet with his shoes, and like grabbing my hands or just grabbing my body. It was no like punching or choking or anything.
There's no choking?
No.
Okay. And this lasted for several hours?
Yes.
Okay. So you tried to leave?
Yes, he took my keys. He left, he came back. He left for like 5 minutes and came back. He took my keys to my car. He told me to give him my keys.
Okay. Did you give him your keys?
I did.
Okay. And you said he left?
Yes.
Did he leave in your car, if you know?
Yes, he left in my car. I believe he went to the store or something to get a cigarette or a Black and Mild.
Okay.
And he came right back.
He came right back, okay. And when he came back, what happened?
More arguing. He said he's not leaving. He needs to watch us. He was being very antagonizing, calling us both out our names, just telling me, I'm not leaving, I don't trust you, you're not going nowhere. He sat down and plugged his phone up and connected it to the TV. And I was like, why do you have to sit in here with me? Like, why can't I leave? Or why can't you leave? You don't have to be sitting in the same area. He was being very antagonizing. I'm not going nowhere. If you get up and move, it's gonna be a problem. If I see cars come pull up here or police pull up here, I'm gonna air this bitch, I'm gonna kill everybody, stuff like that.
Okay.
So I was scared to call the police or call anybody.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about the 5 minutes that he left.
Yes.
Did you feel that you could leave the house at that time?
Me and Dejanay was debating what we should do. Like, should we just leave out the house right now, or where is he? Is he far? We didn't know where he went. So we was kind of just talking like, do you want to leave? And I said, no, maybe we should just, wait and see if I can get the keys and leave to take her home.
Okay. So you didn't have a car?
No.
Right, okay. And you didn't know where he went?
No.
Okay. And you didn't know when he was coming back?
No.
All right, so what, after he plugged his phone to watch TV, and he was still telling you you couldn't leave, what else happened?
I'm gonna say maybe 30 minutes, he calmed down, and around that time, me and Dejanay was texting each other and just saying I have to try to get the keys so we can leave because I'm extremely uncomfortable. I can't go to sleep. I can't, we need to call the police. So I convinced him to let me take her home because she's young and she was scared and her grandma was waiting on her to get home. He gave me the keys and first he tried to go with me. I said, no, let me just take her by herself. I don't want her grandma to see a man in a car or something like that. And when he gave me the keys, we left. And as soon as we left, we went to a gas station and called the police.
Okay, you called the police. And what happened after that?
He continued to call. I sent those calls and messages over, but he called and said, "You're taking too long. You should be back by now." And I said, "I'm not coming back." And then he said, "Okay, I'm gonna burn your house down. It's all over. This is the worst decision you could have made. I'm burning your house down right now." Okay. I had Deja record that conversation, and when I hung up, I called the police and I asked them if they could get a fire truck to my house. I was on my way back to the house, but I didn't know if it was a fire or what was going on. I just heard what he said to me and what he said.
Okay. And when you got back to your house, what did you find, if anything?
When I got there, it was police and fire trucks, and they said it was something on fire, and I had to wait to enter. They used like something to pull the smoke out, and the fire trucks went in there. And when I did enter, my stove was damaged and burned because I believe he maybe like tried to set a shirt on fire on the stove.
On the stove?
Yes, the stove was on fire when the fire truck arrived.
Okay. So when you were there, what did you see?
I saw the damaged stove, I saw a pot a shirt in it that was burnt.
Okay,
That's what I saw.
okay. And did you receive any other messages at all?
Yeah, I received messages saying that he was scared. Am I gonna put him in jail? He's sorry. Stuff like that.
Was there any other damage to your house?
No damage to the house.
No damage?
I don't believe there was any damages. Maybe the back window was kind of off the hinges or something from maybe him trying to come in through there, but other than that, it was no damage.
Okay. And with the gun, did he have it with him the whole time? Was that you were there?
Yes, he dropped it a few times. He even kicked it, but he did have it with him and on him most of that time.
All right. And did he ever fire them?
No.
And no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Thank you. Miss Terry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, if you can't understand me or can't hear something, let me know and I'll repeat the question, okay?
Okay.
All right, I want to take you back to this December the 8th. What time did you say you got home?
I got home late, 11, 12,
Okay.
around that time.
Okay. Now, you said when you got home, you kind of walked around the house?
Yes, I walked into the dining room and I cut on the light and I looked around, nothing seemed out of place. So I just went upstairs to use the bathroom.
Okay. So just kind of your typical behavior when you come home?
Not my typical behavior. I did because he was texting me saying that he was outside my house, he was calling me, and then my phone had died.
Okay.
So I felt a little uneasy, I know him. So,
All right, now you went upstairs to use the bathroom, and where was your friend at this time?
she was in my room.
Okay, so she went upstairs with you, or had she already gone upstairs?
Oh, we walked in together, I turned on the lights together, and we both went upstairs. I walked upstairs in front of her. She went into my room to maybe try to watch TV or play music, and I went to the bathroom.
Okay, so it's a two-story home?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said you're sitting down in the bathroom. Where did you say my client was?
When I saw somebody next to me or walk into the bathroom, I'm sitting, he was to my right, literally at the door, and I looked over and I saw him. I was very scared, but I tried to just pretend like it didn't even bother me.
Okay, so now you start having a disagreement or an argument or something for some period of time, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Were you still in the bathroom? Had you moved?
Initially, I was still in the bathroom. He was in my face, pressing his face against mine while I was sitting on the toilet.
Okay. So how long did that transpire for?
Maybe 3 or 4 minutes
Okay.
in the bathroom.
After that, you got up and washed your hands, whatever, and continued this discussion or argument?
I got up and I walked into my room, and he was right behind me.
Okay, so he followed you?
Yeah.
All right. So were you arguing in your room for hours, or did you move about the house?
We stayed in that room.
Okay.
I stayed in that room for hours.
Okay, where did anybody else go while you were staying in the room?
Only person that left was Calvin when he went, and he took my keys and I guess he went to the store.
Okay, do you remember how long that was after this whole argument started?
I don't know how long it was after.
Okay. And you had a discussion with your friend about, should we call the cops, should we leave, what should we do?
Yeah.
All right. He returns at some point later?
Not shortly after, it was not long, he was not gone long at all.
Okay, but he was gone and then he returns, correct?
Yes.
All right. Does the argument pick back up or had he calmed down by this point?
He had calmed down, but the argument continued. It wasn't as aggressive
Okay.
as it was in the beginning, but it was still an argument going on.
Okay, and what were you arguing about?
Everything that happened, him not being able to come in, the things that he done for me, how he felt about that, how he felt, what I should have done. It was an argument about numerous things.
Okay, and your friend was there for this whole discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when did he drop the gun? Was this before he went to get the black in his can or cigarette, or was this after?
He dropped the gun early in the conversation, shortly after I walked into the room out the bathroom.
Okay. Well, I think he said he dropped the gun a couple of times. When else did he drop it?
He dropped it. I'm not gonna say he dropped it a couple times. He dropped it and kicked it.
Okay.
At one point, he kicked it away because I couldn't take my eyes off of it. Everything that he did and said, that's all I was looking at. So it would be a time where he kicked it away. Like, don't worry about that. Pay attention to me.
Okay. So he comes back from the store with cigarettes or black and tan, whatever it was, some kind of tobacco product.
Yeah.
Safe to say. You continue to have this disagreement. Do you remember how much longer you were arguing?
How much longer I was arguing after?
He came back with whatever kind of smoke he got, whether it was a cigarette, a black and tan, whatever it was.
Maybe 30 minutes, I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
You said black and tan.
Black and mild, Your Honor. Right? Apparently not too up on the difference between drinks and smokes.
All right. Record to be clear.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. A nicotine tobacco product.
Yes.
Okay. Now you said, when did he fall asleep?
He was like laying down like he was tired. He never fell asleep.
Okay.
He was just laying around.
Did you previously tell the police that he had fallen asleep?
I don't think so.
Okay. So now he was getting tired and you just asked him for the keys back, and that's when the discussion he wanted to go with you?
I told him that she needed to go home, that her grandma was looking for her, waiting for her to come home, it was late. And he said, I can take her home. I said, no, I don't think you should take her home. She's young, I don't want her grandma to think that she was doing something she wanted to do, she wasn't supposed to. In my mind, I'm trying to find a way to get out of the house.
Okay. So he gave you the keys and let you leave?
Yes.
Alright. Do you remember how far you drove to the gas station? About how many blocks? 3 blocks, 2 miles?
Maybe 10 blocks.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Closest to your house, probably?
Not the closest gas station, but it was near my house.
Okay.
I passed the gas station too, but when I parked that, I went to a wild gas station, and that's what I told the police.
Okay. And was it just well lit?
Yeah, it was a big gas station, a lot of light.
Okay. If you remember, did you see a green light? Was it a Project Green Light gas station?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you made the call to 911. Did you make any other calls while you were waiting?
No.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Can you redirect?
Just briefly. Right, you indicated that, when you arrived home, you was in, you looked around the house and you felt uneasy. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you feel uneasy?
Just because of our history, our past, the things that he done, I was thinking, is he in here? Is he not? Did he just stop texting? But I didn't say anything to Dejanay. It was just my own personal feeling because of our previous altercations, stuff like that.
Previous altercations?
Yes.
Okay. When you were able to leave the house, did you need to take her back? Why did you call the police right there?
Because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
The things he might do if I came back by myself, or if I didn't come back. I was scared.
While you were there with Dejanay and while Mr. Craig was in the room, what observations, if any, did you make of Dejanay?
She seemed standoffish. She stayed in the corner the entire time. She tried to. She just tried to agree with whatever he was saying. I could tell she was scared.
You could tell she was scared.
Yeah.
All right, I don't.
Anything else, Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the case?
There is another witness present, that being Ms. Dejanay Garrett. I'm not actually going to call her.
Thank you. Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
All right, people.
Your Honor, five, weapons felony, firearms felon, possession by a felon. Your Honor, for the record, I have a certified copy of the prior conviction of defendant Craig, which indicates that on February 7th, he was sentenced for the crime of armed robbery.
February 7th, what year?
Oh, sorry, February 7th, 2008.
We'll stipulate for the purposes of the exam only.
All right, receive that stipulation.
Your Honor, at this point then I would move to find over on all counts except for count 4, assault by strangulation, and count 8, the felony firearms associated with that.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We did hear the testimony from the witness, but we haven't heard from any officers. I've received the discovery materials, and quite frankly, I'm still a little surprised we're charging my client with a gun. It's no gun's ever been recovered, no gun's been presented or brought into evidence.
Does that mean the gun wasn't used?
Your Honor.
For purposes of probable cause?
I was only getting to that portion. I'm not saying that a gun wasn't used for that purpose of probable cause, but I think that we also haven't had any other corroborating evidence or testimony other than she said, well, he had a gun, he dropped it,
You're not
he
submitting
kicked
that
it.
her testimony wouldn't be enough, it's her sworn testimony to certain evidence, right?
That she believed he had a gun,
If I
yes.
believe her testimony, or if a trier of fact believes her testimony, that would be enough to convict him, right?
As it relates to the gun, it could be a question of fact for a trier of
That's
fact.
all I'm here to determine.
Yes,
Whether
Your
or
Honor.
not there's a question of fact to be determined by a trier.
Yes, Your Honor. So, as it goes to the home invasion, she indicated he had been contacting her. And then she said, you can stay. We don't know if she let him in, how he got in. There's no evidence about forced entry into the home. We don't know if her friend let him into the home, and she didn't know her friend let him into the home. So as to the count 1 for home invasion, I don't believe the people have established by preponderance of the evidence only standard that a home invasion occurred because we didn't hear from the other individual to say, no, she didn't let him in. And after the 2 of them were already in the house, oh, there he was. Well, she's in the bathroom with the door open. We go to the unlawful imprisonment count, Your Honor. They were free to go. They could have left. She walked past him. He follows her. He goes to the store. He's also not charged with anything as it relates to damage to a stove or the car going to the store or anything of that nature. He's charged with unlawful imprisonment, but numerous times this witness and the only witness made it abundantly clear she could have left. As we get to Count 3, unlawful imprisonment of Dejanay Garrett. We haven't heard from Miss Garrett, Your Honor. I don't believe the court can bind that count over. We don't know if she was actually free to leave or not. I believe the assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Mr. Terry testified he didn't strangle her. I believe if a right count 4 should not be found over. As it goes to count 5, weapons possession by a felon. I guess it could be the testimony of her alone that she saw him with a gun, but I don't know if that is sufficient across the street. She saw a gun. We don't know if it was a gun, if it was a facsimile of a gun, if it was a fake gun, if it was a toy gun. We don't have.
Wouldn't that be a question of fact?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. Why are you talking about this question of fact? Talk about those things that you dispute as being questions of fact.
Yes, Your Honor. Weapons, felony, firearm. To it. Sorry, Your Honor. Count 6, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. That he assaulted her with a handgun, but without the intent to commit murder. She said he had it. She said he dropped it on the ground. She said he kicked it away. I've done a lot of assaultive gun cases, but I've never had one where a gun hits the ground and kicks it away, so it's out of the way and not involved in the altercation.
What are the allegations that was done with that gun before he dropped it?
That he pulled it out. He didn't say, she never said he pointed it at her. She never said he pointed it at the other individual. He pulled it out, it fell on the floor, and he kicked it. That's what she testified to.
Okay, so let's examine that. For felonious assault, you have to establish that the person was assaulted with a dangerous weapon. Would it put a reasonable person in fear or apprehension that that weapon may be used? So if I pull a gun out under these circumstances, would that put a reasonable person in fear or apprehension that I'm going to use that gun, whether or not I pointed it at you or not?
Yes, sure.
Would that be a felonious assault?
It could be.
Okay. Yeah. Next.
If you believe he committed the assault, then I would move on to the next, Your Honor. Should I address all of the counts against the victim we didn't hear from? If the court would like me to address any of the specific allegations against the other victim, because I believe we have it's not been had his right to restored presumed for count 5. Count 6 was the felonious assault of Miss Terry. I apologize, Your Honor. My screen just jumped back up. I need to scroll down to count 7. So, weapons, felony firearm. Did Carrie have in his or her possession to wit a handgun at the time he or she committed an attempt to commit a felony to wit assault with a dangerous weapon? So, could she have been in fear that an assault could have happened? Yes. Assault with a dangerous weapon, slightly different with the jury instruction, Your Honor. And normally we do need to point it at somebody in a menacing manner. So I don't believe that she's.
That's not accurate. Would it be a reasonable person in fear or apprehension that assault with a dangerous weapon? I think the jury instruction reads that way as well.
Yes, sir. Count 9 is linked to the unlawful imprisonment. If you do not find him on the unlawful imprisonment, count 9 cannot stand. It is the use of a firearm for the act of unlawful imprisonment. If we cannot let count 1 go over, count 9 cannot. Count 10, again, is the unlawful imprisonment to the other victim who did not testify that we don't know was unlawfully imprisoned. So I don't believe that count 10 can be bound over. We didn't hear from the victim. We don't know if she was free to leave or not. And any associated gun charge to that victim, I believe also should not be bound over, as we haven't heard any evidence, Your Honor. Count 11, again, links back to the home invasion, first degree, and the possession of the gun and the use of that. If the court doesn't bind over on the home invasion, then that gun charge can't be bound over as well. A lot of these charges are linked to the upper charges, Your Honor. As it relates to the assault or assault battery on Teresa Taylor, that's a misdemeanor and that's not an issue for the court. I would note, however, that the enhancement of the domestic violence and the notification of a pregnant person, we have no idea anyone was pregnant. We've received no notice. The people haven't put defense on. I understand. I understand, but also we don't address the misdemeanor, and that's the sense of enhancement, not the misdemeanor. So, Your Honor, for those reasons, I believe those counts should not be bound up.
So, Mr. Drain, as it relates to the false imprisonment, sounds like the complainants here had an opportunity to make phone calls, had opportunities to leave, whatever reason, did not. How do we get the home invasion to case did break this is unlawful prison first? Did one restrain Ms. Terry and the other young lady, Ms. Gary, by means of a weapon or dangerous instrument, and normally restrain them?
Well, Your Honor, I think it was the entirety of the situation. So Mr. Craig had been texting Ms. Terry. She was worried when she got home. She said she felt uncomfortable, she felt uneasy, she was like looking around, okay, he's not here. So she goes upstairs and goes in there. Next thing you know, she sees him. He's there. He says to her, you know what's about to happen. And then he like, I think, hits her in the head with his head briefly. They exit, and she can see his gun right there too. So somebody produces a gun, most people are going to follow order, do what they're
Testimony
supposed to
said
do.
that he dropped the gun and that he kicked the gun away as well.
Yes, when she went back into the bedroom, she said that her eyes were on that gun because she didn't know what was gonna happen. So then he drops the gun, kicks the gun, and says, like, listen to me. So her eyes aren't on the gun anymore.
Okay, so what happens to the gun when he leaves? He leaves to go to the store, he takes her car.
I can't
So
answer
presumably
that.
that gun is still on the floor somewhere? So anything preventing her from picking that gun up, defending herself, locking the door, calling the police? It doesn't sound like the typical unlawful imprisonment to me.
I agree, Judge, and I think that they were, it appears they were both scared, wondering what should we do now? Should we leave? Should we stay? Should we call? What should we do? They had a conversation about that, that's what she said, but they decided not to do anything, and he came back, and she said he was just gone for like 5 minutes. So they didn't, Ms. Terry's indicated she didn't want to take a chance.
He leaves, but he leaves the gun behind. It could have been any number of things, including picking the gun up and waiting on him to come back. Or take the gun and both of them get out of there. Or call the police, any number of things. I don't know about the unlawful prison. What about the home invasion? Where's the breaking and entering?
Rather, we don't know how he got into the house. He could have already been in there when she was there. He had already indicated that he was looking for her, that he was waiting for her. She doesn't know how he got in. She looked around, didn't see him, but she doesn't know how he got in. But somehow he did get in and then confronted her not long after she was there and she was in the bathroom.
Didn't she give him permission once he was in?
Permission to stay
to be in the home?
I don't think she testified to giving permission to stay in the home when he was there. She was uncomfortable. She was trying to calm the situation, answer his questions because she was scared because of prior instances. That's what her testimony is.
All right. The court, after hearing the testimony of the witness that testified, is satisfied that people have the burden of probable cause as it relates to count one, home invasion, first degree. I think in looking at the totality of the circumstances, this defendant having the option to pull a gun on these young ladies, although at some point in time, they actually drop the gun and keep the gun. But to either bring the gun into the mix of this ordeal, I think his intent was to commit a felonious assault while he entered that home without the owner's permission, that owner being the witness to testify to that. The unlawful imprisonment in count 2 and count 3, the court is not satisfied with the verdict of probable cause as relates to those charges, as well as the accompanying felony firearms as relates to those charges. People are not moving to bind over on count 4 assault, break down the murder by strangulation. That count will be dismissed along with the felony firearm that accompanies that. Court is satisfied that people met the burden of probable cause as relates to count 5, weapons, firearms, possession of felony, as well as count 6, assault with a dangerous weapon. Sharisha Terry and the accompanying felony firearm. If they're a felonious assault as relates to other offenders, let me see. There it is. 6. Just one.
Your Honor, I thought that there was also, but there is not. At this time, I would move to add a count of felonious assault for the second complainant, that being Ms. Deja Garrett.
All right, and although we didn't hear from Ms. Deja Garrett, again, the standard is we put a reasonable person in fear of apprehension of the battery with a dangerous weapon. Although she didn't testify, Ms. Terry did testify. Ms. Terry was able to testify as to the facts and circumstances surrounding the alleged assault on Ms. Garrett as well. So the court will add a count 12 felonious assault as well as an accompanying felony firearm. Yes.
Your Honor, if I could respond to that. The testimony we did hear from one witness is that the gun was dropped either in the bathroom or the hallway and already kicked out of the way. The other victim was in the bedroom. So if you do believe she was in fear, there was no weapon component because the gun was already on the floor either in the bathroom or the hallway. So I understand if the court could take the testimony of the witness saying that she was in fear of an assault, but we already know that the gun wasn't even in the room.
Your Honor, the record will show that he did have the gun in the bedroom. At some point during the argument, that's when he dropped it in the bedroom where both of the complainants were. And that's specifically why I asked the question to Ms. Terry. Could you please describe the demeanor that you observed of Ms. Deja Garrett? And she said she was standing in the corner, she appeared very afraid. He had the gun in the bedroom. And that's why I asked.
All right. As I indicated, the court will add a count of felonious assault felony firearm as relates to the complainant Deja Garrett. Okay, so the record is clear. The court is binding over on count 1. Dismissing count 2, count 3, and count 4. Binding over on count 5. Binding over on count 6. Binding over on count 7. Dismissing count 8. Dismissing count 9. Dismissing count 10. Binding over on count 11, count 12. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe this has been committed. Will find it over to Wayne County Third Circuit for criminal division proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time of January 19th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Following.
Your Honor, if I could just address mine. I do realize I'm sending it in custody. I just want to bring to the court's attention that the defendant has been calling the complaint.
So, Mr. Craig, You don't understand what this court means by no contact? I can't hear you. Yes, sir. Why would you be calling the planning witness? No contact, sir. Continue to contact, you're gonna lose all your phone privileges, you understand? Because if you contact her, she's gonna tell, you understand? I don't wanna hear from you. Yes, sir.
I just was gonna address the court, and I apologize, I'm a little wounded and sort of getting up. He did disclose to me, and I'd already discussed that when he was at the DDC, he did try calling her, and I told him, once he is arraigned and everything else, you cannot contact her, you cannot. I'm not sure if he had been arraigned yet or not, or if he understood, but since I've been his attorney, there's been no contact with the victim. And we've had several productive meetings, and we look forward to moving forward on this, Your Honor, so. I would ask if the court would consider marking it for a DSU, as several of the charges were not bound over and his current.
Pretrial services.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is online, we can do that next.
Sure.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful weekend, and hopefully you, like me, are hoping that this John Smith is not too attractive to Alabama.
Say that again.
Well, they took our last coach, didn't they? We lost Saban to
Oh,
him.
yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Yeah.
Let's change it. Easier now. review. Oh.
Rondo. Calling case 2360476, because State of Michigan versus Victor Lamonte Rondo II. Defendant's charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 domestic violence.
Morning, Your Honor, shall we read the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anthony Carlosimo, P 25-352. I represent Mr. Rondo. He is present, sir. Please tell the judge your name.
Victor Rondo, thank you. Date time, set preliminary examination, are you ready to proceed?
I'm not prepared to proceed at this time, Your Honor. You're complaining that it is not questioned and I do not see the other judge.
Your Honor, I move to dismiss. I think you have an order right here.
So, or dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Your Honor, just the tether, your order will work with getting the tether removed. And also, when he got arrested, they took his possessions. He had a few dollars in his, that they took, that he can go to the police station and get that back.
Case or dismissed, they have the right to hold.
Great. I understand, Judge. That's what I told. Thank you.
Mr. Roger, wait on.
Thank you, Your
Who
Honor.
we got next?
Ms.
Who we got next, Willie?
You got, the cases. Mr. Walker, and then the cases on Ms. Jones' case.
Recalling 23060260001, people versus Cordero Walker. Answers for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shall we read the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Mr. Walker, P 77960. Mr. Walker is present with me in court today. Mr. Walker, can you state your name for the record?
Walker. This matter was actually scheduled for preliminary examination at 9:00 a.m. Mr. Walker failed to appear in the court and issued cases. Mr. Walker, what happened this morning?
I have phone transportation. I know that.
I don't think my court reporter can hear you. Let me have you step to the podium. You heard him? Okay.
We have no transportation. I have no phone, nothing. I did not know that I had.
All right, so the court will set aside the outstanding cases. But is he ready to proceed with this matter?
No, Judge, the complainant never appeared.
The defense will move to dismiss, Your Honor.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones? Ms. Walrat, will be next. Ms. Jones? Okay.
Ms. Walrat, is yours a hold?
Yeah.
Yes, but we have to address the discovery at the time, unfortunately.
I thought I saw a sign. Yeah, Ms. Jones.
My client is texting me that he's on the way, but he didn't tell me how far away.
Who's your client?
Mr. Hurd, Demetrius Hurd.
It's late, real late. So you're not ready on her? Okay, let's do Walrat's case.
That right there.
Take that. Switch on to the vulnerable side. No, I don't know.
Calling case 2360647, people of the State of Michigan versus Asia Sierra Pratt Home. Defendant is charged in count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 assault or assault and battery, count 3 malicious destruction of personal property less than $200, count 4 domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense. Here's this record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Gray from the People, P number 60249. And good morning, Your Honor. Veronica Walred with NDS 885665 on behalf of Ms. Cohen, deciding the courtroom. Can you state your name?
My name is Asia Frey.
Today's the day time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, there is one preliminary matter that we have to address. I reached out to Ms. Drain concerning interrogation video in this case because there was a Miranda form and indication in the police report that the interrogation took place at the Detroit Detention Center on the 24th of this last December, 12 days ago. She did reach out.
Interrogation of your client?
Yes.
Okay.
And received a response from the detective indicating that video had expired. As the court can infer, that was less than 2 weeks ago that interrogation was taken. This case was formally charged on the 25th, one day after.
So
interrogation.
let me cut to the chase because.
Right.
Put it bluntly, so what?
So I have reason to believe, based on my conversation with my client, that the contents of the interrogation would strongly tend to be exculpatory.
Those of your client.
Yes.
You can't get that in because it's not.
It's
not offered by a party opponent.
I understand that I might not be able to admit it, but I would be able to use that to build a case, especially if it's consistent with statements that were made on the scene. I understand the court's.
I don't understand what any of this has to do with me in this hearing right now.
Your Honor, because it's a Brady.
It would be self-exculpatory. How is that a Brady violation?
Because the police officers
It's
are.
self-exculpatory. It would be different if you're talking about another witness statement. You can't bring in her statement anyway. Even if you had it right now, you couldn't bring it in.
I understand that. This is evidence that was collected by a witness under the control of the prosecution that was not preserved as is required under the law and the Detroit Police Department's policy.
So what does that have to do with me right now in purposes of this hearing? That sounds like an issue. If this gets across the street, that you may want to bring across the street. That has nothing to do with me right now.
Your Honor, defense would argue that it does affect my ability to prepare for this hearing and to have full knowledge of what the police may have collected, and that damages the defense in an ongoing way. We may not be
I
able
couldn't
to assess.
disagree more, ma'am. And I say that because this is a statement from your client, not anyone else, a statement from your client. You can ask your client what she said. In fact, the police got this statement. It's not by a party opponent, so you would not be able to bring that in this hearing anyway.
Understood. There is also no affidavit, no written signed statement of the contents of that interrogation. There is only the detective's summary.
But why am I even talking about that statement as preliminary examination here that you wouldn't be able to bring anyway?
Regardless of if it was going to be admitted today as evidence, it is still a discovery violation. And
you're asking that.
Well, I would ask for sanctions or for an adjournment to submit a written motion for
Motion to do what?
for Brady sanctions, Your Honor.
Denied. Are we ready?
Yes, Judge.
How many witnesses?
Your Honor, there are 2 witnesses.
Okay.
At this time, the people call Mr. Bryant Pratt. Spelled BRYANT. PRAT.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Yes, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone. Speaking to that microphone that's going to be to your left. In fact, you can pick it up and place it in the back so you can speak directly into that voice. Okay? Maybe you're ready.
Good afternoon. Please state your name once again for the record.
Yes, right.
All right, Mr. Pratt, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something, or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know. All right?
Yes.
All right. I want to bring your attention back to the date of December 23rd of last year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where were you on that date?
I was home.
Where's your home located?
291 Gateshead.
Okay, is that the city of Detroit County, Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your home?
Yes, ma'am.
Does anyone else live there with you?
My daughter.
Okay. On that day, was anyone at that home with you other than your daughter?
Yes, Tori was with me.
Tori. Okay, what is Tori's last name? Quinn. Okay. And what is the relationship with Tori Quinn?
My relationship?
Yes.
Friend, close friend.
Close friend.
Mm.
Okay. All right. So, what happened, if anything, while you were at your home with Tori?
We were attacked by Asia.
Okay. What is Asia's last name?
Colin Pratt, Colin.
Okay. And how do you know Asia Pratt?
We used to be in a relationship together.
Okay. And how long were you in a relationship?
A few years.
Okay. Were you still in a relationship on this day of December 23rd?
No.
Okay. Do you see Ms. Asia Pratt going to court with you today?
Yes.
For identification purposes for the court, would you indicate where she is and what she's wearing today?
Third person next to you, wearing blue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please put this record to the left. This is identified as being defendant Asia Pratt.
So noted.
Thank you. All right. So you stated that you were attacked. Okay. So you're in your house with Ms. Quinn.
Yes, ma'am.
What area of the house were you at?
Upstairs in my bedroom.
Okay. Was Ms. Quinn with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what specifically happened there?
Yes, I was alerted by my Google Nest camera that Asia was at my door.
Okay, where is that Nest camera located?
Directly next to my door.
Is that your front door?
Front door. Yes, ma'am.
So you received an alert?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of alert was that?
A person or object, something obstruction to the house, it lets me know if something is basically either making too much or out of the way, so that next.
Okay, so do you just get a notification or did you get a picture or video?
A video.
Okay, and did you look at that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And upon seeing that video, what did you do?
I ran downstairs immediately to try to resolve as much destruction as I can, of course.
What do you mean by that?
By just shouting out the door, essentially, stop, why are you here? Trying to get some type of understanding.
Okay. Were you expecting Ms. Brackman to come to the house?
Not at all.
Did you know why she was at your house?
Not at all.
Okay. And what, if anything, was she doing outside of your house?
Breaking things.
Breaking what?
My Google Nest camera, some things on the side of the house, I guess essentially just kicking dirt, kicking stuff, throwing rocks, just throwing stuff on the side of the house, I guess trying to get my attention for me to come outside.
Okay, and was the Google Nest damaged?
Yes.
Okay, and how was it damaged?
It was ripped off of the house and thrown on the ground and in my driveway.
Okay. Okay, so at this point, she's outside of your house, you're inside of your house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, is the door closed or is the door open?
My door, at that point, my door initially is open, my screen door is closed.
Okay, so the main door is open.
Yeah.
And did you open it? Was it already open?
Yeah, of course. I came downstairs, but I only seen Asia was there. I ran downstairs immediately.
Okay. All right, so just the screen door is separating yourself and Asia, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens after that?
From there, she runs to the porch, stating that she's gonna come in the house. I told her she has no reason, no reason to be there to begin with. She starts arguing with Tori. At that point, Tori came down the steps. She reached through the doorway at that point. They start fighting.
Okay, who reaches through the doorway?
Asia.
Okay, so you said the screen door was there, but it was closed, is that right?
Yes, it's a very fragile screen door, so you just kick it in, it was kicked in.
Okay, so the door was kicked in?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it kicked in before this, or was it kicked in at this moment?
At the moment of her arguing with Tori, it was kicked in for her to get at Tori.
Okay, who kicked it in?
Asia.
Okay, and when she kicked it in, what happened with the door?
The door was broken.
Okay, so what does Asia do next?
Fight Tori.
Okay, were they inside the house or outside of the house?
In the doorway.
In the doorway, okay.
Mhm. Essentially in the house, more so in the house, but still in the doorway.
Okay, so what did you observe
Uh,
of that fight?
them fighting, her pulling Tori's hair. I'm trying to, at that point, stop her from pulling Tori's hair, separate them. Asia being the aggressor, she continually tried to fight her, you know what I'm saying, for whatever reason. I tried to separate them both at that point. I apprehended Asia, held her down. Tori called the police. Police came to the people.
Okay. And was there any fighting, physical fighting between yourself, excuse me, and Asia?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And was she ever inside the house?
Yes.
At what point was she inside the house?
She pried her way through the house, somehow fighting Tori. She held on Tori's hair. Tori was trying to pull back in the house to essentially stop, her from pulling her hair. From there, she forced herself in the house. At that point, they're on the floor. That's when I broke them up and separated them. They still trying to get at it, so I was the main one stopping them from being able to essentially make it worse.
All right. And you said you called the police?
Yes.
Did the police arrive?
Yes.
What happened when the police arrived?
They apprehended Asia, removed her from the property, and towed her car that she came to the house with.
Did you ever give permission to Asia to come in the house?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever ask her to leave?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you ask her to leave?
Immediately when I came down the steps to the door, I said, "Why are you here? Why are you breaking my property? No, what are you doing? You need to leave. You have no reason to be here."
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
So. One second, I need to bring that to display. So you indicated that you were not expecting Asia to appear at the house that day?
That's correct, ma'am. She popped up out of nowhere without my permission.
Okay. But you did have reason to know that she was there about the bottom of the Christmas tree, correct?
That's what she was yelling outside.
Okay.
So essentially, that's the only understanding I knew, was that she was trying to piece together a tree that's been over 3 years old.
Okay. And had you had any prior conversation with her about the Christmas tree?
Essentially, she called a few times to just talk about one or two things that essentially may have been there. Asia knew that she has no reason to be on the property. She's told me that she just wanted to pick up a few things for me to look for it initially, but she never said she was going to be popping up at the house.
Okay. Did that communication happen earlier that same day?
No, I actually didn't answer the phone when she called earlier that day, which is how she popped up. But previously to that day, we talked about just random items that could possibly have been there, such as a shoe or a dish or there, or possibly a tree, as she did say.
Okay. So do you recall telling the detective in this case that you, or rather, apologies, do you recall speaking to the police on the phone in this case after the date of the arrest?
Talking to the police on the phone?
On the phone, did they call you and take an interview?
I believe we had to call them, or they did call in, but I think they called Tori, but my phone was messed up during the process of Asia birthday.
Okay, regardless of who actually placed the call, you had a phone conversation with police as a follow-up to this incident, correct?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, and do you, remember indicating in that call, that Asia did call repeatedly and you did, answer and then she came to the house?
Yeah, no, I don't recall answering, but she did call my phone a few times and she wrote me some things as well, indicating her anger, just period. You know, she would just harass me before the days of coming, just about different things. So it was one of those things, so I just ignored the conversation entirely. So go ahead.
Did the content of that conversation make it clear to you that one of the points of contention was that she believed her belongings were still in her?
No.
No, you did not know that she thought some of her belongings were still in your home?
I told Asia on the phone that the tree was no longer there and I was not holding anything from her. I gave Asia multiple chances to grab everything she needed, most part.
Okay, but did you have indication from the content of your conversations to think that she thought that objects might still be in your house, regardless of if they were?
No, I thought that she was using that as an excuse.
Okay, but did she express that to you?
That she was using that as an excuse?
No, that she believed the bottom of the Christmas tree or other personal objects were still in the home that you formerly shared.
No, she just said it's possibly there. She didn't even say a tree. She just said pieces to a tree. At this point, I don't even know what tree she's even, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know what tree.
So, Tori indicated that she is a close friend.
Yeah, you know, relationship wise, but you know, starting slow.
Okay, so that is maybe it's the beginning stages of a dating relationship, but you're not ready to formally define it yet.
Yes.
Okay, that's an accurate statement of the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And about how, I know you're not actively defining, but about how long have you been in a relationship that's evolving towards dating at the time of this incident, which was 2 days before Christmas?
Essentially, we were talking friends. I would say it's more so recently became more serious now, but then we were just essentially just close and dating.
Okay, that was 2 weeks ago, and it has since become a romantic relationship?
Well, I've known Tori prior to Asia coming to the house, if that's what you're asking.
I'm asking, has the nature of the relationship changed in those 2 weeks since this alleged event took place? And today, has it become this dating relationship, or was it already?
Well, we were dating, but now it's more serious.
Okay, okay. Thank you for the clarification. So I'm going to go back to the actual sequence of events. Apologies, I'm not meaning to jump around. One more question. So when the police arrived and you spoke to them, you indicated that you had a 1-year dating relationship with Asia, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
When the police arrived, you indicated to them that you had a 1-year dating relationship with Asia and had been broken up for 6 months, correct?
Yeah, me and Asia were broken up since the beginning of the year. We were on and off. We worked together though.
Okay, you did not share with them that you had been married.
Yeah, they asked me why we had the last name. I told them we were married.
Okay. In your initial conversation with the police, you told them repeatedly that you dated her for 1 year, correct?
Asia?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
No, when police asked me a few different questions when they came to the door, they were going over the paperwork initially. They asked me that initially. They asked me why we were named the same. I told them that we were married, already separated. They asked me, okay, how long have you been separated? Does she have any reason to be here? She's on the lease. From there, I told them, no, she's not on the lease. She has no reason to be here. We've been separated since the beginning of the year. what I told the police directly is that me and Angel were off and on throughout the year, not that we were, maybe if they misunderstood the question, but yeah, we were off and on throughout the beginning of the year. But of course, I said me and Angel were talking before you were starting.
Your Honor, I'm in the Zoom waiting room. If the court would allow me, I would like to share screen. Thank you. And when the officers arrived and talked to you that day, they were, the officer that you spoke to was wearing a body camera, correct?
I don't know.
He indicated to you at one point that he was wearing a body camera.
I have
Do you
no
remember?
idea. I don't remember that, yeah.
Okay. If I were to show you video of your home and yourself from that day, would you be able to verify that that is your conversation with that officer?
Oh, well, yeah, essentially.
Ms. Morales, please forgive me, and maybe you're trying to tie this up, I don't know. But it doesn't sound terribly relevant as to what these charges.
Your Honor, it goes to motive and bias of the witness. If there's a dating relationship with the other woman in the household, and an ex comes over and the witness provided inaccurate information about the previous relationship with my client, I think that that reflects a motivation to present himself to the police and to his new girlfriend in a specific way. So I understand that that is somewhat tangential, but this should be a very short one. So, I have it timestamped. Apologies, I have to share screen.
I live here no more.
Okay, how long has it been since you lived?
Like 6 months.
6 months, okay. How long were you guys together prior to?
Like a year.
A year.
Yeah. Yeah, shoot, we're not together no more at all.
Okay, you guys were together for a year, broken up for 6 months.
Yes.
No kids in common, no crazy.
No, we don't have no kids at all.
Okay, so then what? So today she.
Okay, so does that appear to be your conversation with the responding officer?
Yes, I do remember. That was literally right after the altercation and everything. They were asking me questions I couldn't even think straight, but yeah.
Okay, and did share with that officer that your relationship had been 1 year of dating and you had been broken up for 6 months? Is that correct?
Well, I didn't understand exactly what the officer was asking in a fast pace. Like I told you, everything was coming in fast, just extremely fast. But the officer asked me the question. He asked me, was me and Asia dating? How long were we together? Like, that basically. I was explaining the most recent year. I was explaining the whole relationship with entirely. He asked me how long were we dating? How long were we separated? That's honestly all I was hearing during that moment. You hear me? I was breathing extremely fast. They just picked her up from on top of me.
Understood.
That type of
Understood.
thing.
Okay. You in fact have been married since 2017, correct?
Yes, I said we've been married for a few years.
Okay, and you are still not separated legally, although you are separated living separately, correct?
Well, yeah, our living situation, we would have been separated for about a year at that point. On the documents, she's been off the lease for about 3 months. So she's been off the lease since October.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you do not dispute that you in fact have been married since 2017, all 2017?
No, not at all. But since then, me and Asia have both had separate relationships after the fact. At that point, she's had no reason to be on the property when she gets pulled up destroying property and putting our hands on us.
Okay. So you stated that you came down to the door and began speaking to her while she was on stage, correct?
No, she was destroying the camera when I was talking to her. She was in my driveway.
Okay. So
She jumped on the porch. Yeah, she jumped on the porch after she noticed me coming out, basically, essentially to, try to resolve everything. From there, she kept making it worse, trying to get into the house. That's when everything happened. From there, she struck me. Tori noticed her, struck me. She started arguing.
I'm gonna cut you off just because we have to be able to go through each thing piece by piece, and make sure that it's straight for the record.
Okay.
So, you came to the door. Did you start speaking to her at that point?
Yes, I came to the door immediately demanding questions because I was confused. I did not know why she was there.
Okay, and then did she speak to you from where she was, or did she come back to you?
She was yelling at that point. She was saying, oh, I'm done playing games, which is, I sent in a video of the Ring camera, which the same thing she was mumbling to herself is what she was saying outside.
Okay. At some point, did the two of you ended up speaking to each other closer range? Describe how that happened. Did you
Yes.
return to the porch?
Yes, she ran to the porch immediately after she noticed I was on the porch. She tried to get my attention. She said, call me in the house, you're gonna stop me. And again, my daughter's upstairs, so I don't want my daughter to hear none of the above.
I'm gonna stop you there. You did not mention that your daughter was home to police when they arrived, correct?
Yeah, like I said, everything happened fast paced.
I'm not saying that, I understand that, but you did not tell me that there was a child.
I didn't get a chance to.
Okay. And I understand that it was fast paced, but you did speak to them, over a period, and I understand that the officer was walking, speaking to other officers as well, but over a time period of probably 15 minutes, you were talking to each other.
No, it was pieced up, ma'am. It was back and forth. The officer would leave me, he would leave me for 5 days, come back, that type of thing.
Okay, but he did have multiple conversations with you clarifying events so that he had his time.
Yes.
That's accurate, okay. So you said that you came downstairs, and at that point, were the two of you verbally arguing?
No, she's just yelling. She's outside yelling, screaming things outside. At that point, I came to the door, then she runs to the porch.
Okay, and at that point, are you arguing verbally that you were?
I was never once arguing. I'm just wondering what's going on and why she's there. When she sees me being more passive, that makes her be more aggressive.
Okay, so, and you said that the main door was open, but the screen door, I guess is what you call it, or the storm door was shut. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's a door that opens out from the house, correct?
Yes.
And that door has two screens?
It has a screen and a glass.
Okay.
Both can easily fall out easily. It's held by a piece of plastic.
Okay, so it has a screen and a glass. Is the glass the outside layer or the inside layer?
Now that it's broken, I really do not know. Because when she kicked it, there was I showed the police the footprint on the glass, so it had to be a glass on the outside. And as you just said, you had a body camera on, so you could run that as well.
Okay. This door was open at the time that this argument was taking place?
No.
I'm sorry to keep calling it an argument, but at the time that this altercation was taking place, the outside door was open.
No, the screen door is shut.
Okay.
And I opened, at that point, I opened the screen door real quick. I told you everything happened real fast, so I'm trying to piece it together as much as I can remember.
That's why I'm asking you in such detail.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So at that point, the screen door was open a little bit. I opened it just to see what's going on. As I said, she was on the side of the driveway. So how the cars are parked is mine.
Okay, at this point, I'm asking you about when she is on the porch.
Yeah.
The screen door is open at that point?
No, I shut it back immediately because she's trying to get into the house, as I did say.
Okay, you shut it down. And then at that point, you said that she kicked it?
Yeah, she literally kicked it.
Okay, and you said that you showed, the police officer damage to the door.
Yes.
Can you describe that damage to the door?
It was literally, the glass is extremely durable, so it's just an UGG footprint. She wore some type of UGG slippers that day. It was some type of UGG footprint just on the front of the glass window. It was enough for the officer to see. It's obviously kicked off the hinges.
Okay. And or if I can share screen again. This is a picture of the same body cam incident. And you can see in this picture, I know that it's somewhat far away, that you can see that the glass in the door appears intact, correct?
Yeah, I fixed it. While the police was there, I was fixing it.
While the police were there, you were fixing it?
I was on the porch for 20 minutes, putting the screen. It's currently fixed now. I fixed it personally.
Okay.
I fixed it right when they left. I couldn't leave my screen like that. Bugs get right in your house. It snaps right back in.
I'm
It's easy.
referring to the glass.
Yeah.
The glass is not broken.
No, it's not broken. It's kicked. I didn't say
Okay,
broken. I said it was durable.
Okay, and the glass is not popped out. This.
I popped it right back in. Right when she popped it out and the police was there resolving everything.
You popped the glass back in while the police were present?
Yes.
Okay.
They had body camera footage, showed me messing on the porch all day, messing with his glass.
Okay.
It took me forever just to put it back in.
Okay. And you said that she kicked it.
Yes.
And was able to kick her way into the house?
Yes, it's, that thing is extremely fragile. You put your arm in there. She grabbed her arm in the screen after she kicked it in enough and grabbed Tori's hair.
Okay. So, at that point, you were between the two. Is that correct? Physically, Tori was behind you and Asia was in front of you?
No, at that point, Tori somehow was in front of me. When she grabbed her hair, I was trying to see what's going on, trying to stop her from doing as much damage as possible. I'm trying to stop, honestly, both of them from doing damage to each other. So I'm trying to resolve as much as I can. I'm trying to stop any fighting from happening at all. Asia being the aggressor, she keeps constantly trying to get at Tori the whole time. So at that point, I'm behind Tori.
Please.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to show you another clip from the body cam conversation. With the police that day. Apologies for doing a quick second to locate it. So, actually.
You. She was talking to me, but she was talking to her behind me. God.
Story or are you good?
This is starting to slightly.
Arguing, I'm pulling them apart, right? They start arguing, I'm pulling them. So, okay, so she comes in and starts talking to you. No, she was talking to me, but she was talking to her behind me. Gotcha. And then broke her way into the house. So then I'm holding her, I'm like, girls, you out of your mind? That's when we all just fighting right here.
Okay, so you told the officer that she was talking to her behind you, meaning that Asia was talking to Quinn, who was, I'm sorry, to Tori, who was behind you. Okay. And then you indicated that, so at that point, you physically restrained Asia, correct? With a kind of a bear hug move?
No, ma'am, they were already fighting for quite a while before I was able to pry them both from each other. I will not lie to you, they're both a little strong, I give it to them. It took me a moment to get them from out of each other's grip, and at that moment, after about 5 minutes of that, or 2 or 3 minutes, it happened so fast.
Okay, so I'm gonna continue, the next.
She's still trying to work. I'm separating them, holding her the ones at a time. She's all the above. I got my scarf on.
So you did indicate to the officer that you were holding her and you did this gesture indicating
a bear hug manner of restructuring, correct?
At that point, when they were fighting and they were in the middle of the house, I had to drop to my knees to pry them from each other at that point. So when she went at Tori again, I was able to get behind Asia and grab her and just hold her, to stop them both from fighting. At that point, Tori stopped fighting, called the police, police came.
And you, I'm sorry to ask you this question, how tall are you?
Five, 5'11".
5'11", okay. And I know that I'm asking you to estimate other people's heights, but Tori is quite a diminutive woman, right? She's very petite.
She's definitely smaller than Asia, but they're about the same in weight.
Okay, so is it fair to say Tori's around 5'1"?
Oh yeah, Tori's
Okay.
in height, Tori's shorter. Yeah.
Okay, and Asia's around 5'2".
I'm assuming.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And during this fight, did either of you take a hold of Asia's cell?
No, my phone and all of our phones were outside being tossed around by Asia. When Asia seen my phone on the porch, she took my phone, somehow stepped on it.
How did your phone get on the porch?
I have no idea. It must have been in my pocket. As you see, I had on a robe. I was in the comfort of my bed. When I jumped out of my bed, I have a pocket in my robe. My phone must have been in my pocket. That was in my robe. It fell out on the porch. I couldn't find my phone for 2 seconds. She was inside the ambulance with my phone. She tried to take my phone. I had to tell the ambulance, which you just say you have body cameras again. She tried to take my phone inside the ambulance. At that point, I had no idea where any of our belongings are. The police kept asking us for phones and keys.
Okay, at what point did you come out onto the porch?
I told you when I first seen her outside, I ran outside immediately. I opened up the door, the screen door. The main door was open. The screen door, I just ran to the door. I seen it was just Asia. Then I walked outside to see what's going on. After she ran to the porch, then I ran back to the porch and shut the door to stop her from getting in. Because I already knew at that point if she was going to argue with Tori, I did not want them fighting on that end.
Okay. And when the officers initially arrived, I understand that this may be due to the excitement in the moment. You did not mention to them that she had possession of your or Tori's phones during this initial altercation.
Yes, I said exactly what I said. I told the officer exactly she had my phone. I stopped them from before they drove off the ambulance. They checked her pockets inside the ambulance and took my phone from inside the ambulance. At that point, I noticed my phone was broken. So she had to have broken my phone at which point in the ambulance, or I'm not certain when, but she had my phone that's on body camera as well.
Yes, he told the police. Next question.
Okay. And from what you told me, it sounds like any physical conflict happened inside the foyer of the house, correct?
When Asia ran to the porch, she struck me immediately when she ran to the porch. She hit me in my face, my head. At that point, I'm booted with adrenaline. I'm off adrenaline. I don't feel anything. At that point, I'm still just talking to her normally. At that point, that makes her more upset. At that point, she starts to urge her way into the house more.
Okay.
Then Tori runs down the steps. Tori's right behind her.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you the next question. I'm sorry that I keep cutting. So Tori ran out after you at that point?
I ran down steps first. I had the Google notification that she was at the camera, ripping the camera off the house.
Okay, did Tori come outside?
No. I ran downstairs first, as I did say. When Tori came downstairs and I noticed Asia running to the porch.
No, next question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You did not tell the police that she struck you on the porch, correct?
Yes, I did tell the police that. They had body cam footage as well. As I did tell you, they were running back and forth.
Okay. Yes, it's sufficient. I apologize that this court is running extremely long today.
No.
So it sounds like according to your testimony, you did not get in any physical fight with this Pratt in terms of your testimony is that you did not strike her. Correct?
Not at all.
Okay. And I would just like to do one last screen share, Your Honor.
Not at all. My marks and bruisings came from Asia. Yeah, my marks and bruisings came.
Yes. You have to respond to specific questions so that if there's an objection, it's appropriate to make it.
Yes, ma'am.
This is what Ms. Pratt Cohen looked like that day when the police responded, correct?
Yes, after fighting Tori, yes.
Okay, and neither you nor Tori received treatment at a hospital?
Tori had a lot of scratches and bites. They were tussling for a while.
Okay.
Tori, had to work. That's why she
Okay.
was able to receive treatment.
Neither of you went in an ambulance that day?
No, I had to work as well.
Okay. And you already alluded to this, but Ms. Cohen was taken away in the ambulance, correct?
She was taken away by the police. I'm not certain of her condition, as I did say her and Tori were fighting. After they stopped fighting, I did not see her at all. I didn't see what the outcome was. I was only able to see Tori.
Okay.
But yeah, she drove off, the police pulled her off.
Answer the question. Next
Okay.
question, please.
Okay. No further questions for this witness.
You don't have any legal record.
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses for the?
No.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You.
Your Honor, this time I would move to invite over charging reserve argument.
All right.
Your Honor, defense would object to bind over on the home invasion first degree count, which is the listed felony count in this case. The court, I'm aware, is familiar with the jury instructions, which require that the defendant must have broken into a dwelling using.
Or without owner's permission.
Yes. Using some amount of force, that entering through an already open door or window does not count, and that they must have the intent to.
It said, or did enter without owner's permission.
For home invasion first degree, they have to also commit a crime within.
Right.
Which is the following.
The assault.
Understood, Your Honor. Mr. Pratt's testimony today does indicate some significant indicia of unreliability. His initial testimony to his initial statements to the police that he had only dated Ms. Cohen for 1 year. They had been broken up for 6 months.
Why do I care how long they dated?
He made that statement in front of Ms. Tori Quinn, who he had been dating at that point for a short amount of time. He had reason to want
So maybe
to.
he was trying to save face with them or not.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
What does that have to do with the alleged home invasion?
Your Honor, I believe that there's strong indication in this case that although Ms. Pratt-Cohen arrived at the home and engaged in some destructive or angry behavior, what happened subsequent to her arrival was not that she came in to assault the occupants, but rather that the occupants met her at the doorway, began mutually engaging the fight, and ultimately assaulted her in a manner that resulted
So
in
your
extremely
position is
significant.
that she arrived there and they drug her in to beat her up?
Correct, yes.
Why wouldn't that be a question of fact to be determined by a trial? That's completely contrary to the testimony I just heard.
I understand the court's position. I'm making that argument from record, and just would object. Thank you.
The court, after hearing the testimony, what's his last name? Mr. Pratt is satisfied that they heard the probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the 21. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause for the discipline. Then it will be downloaded to Lane County Third Circuit Court. Writing on the information date and time will be January 26, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you. Oh,
We have to take a hard break.
okay. I was going to ask if we could address Tether, Your Honor. Ms. Pratt-Cohen has absolutely no desire to have any further contact with these parties. That I believe is why she was placed on Tether in the first place. Her family is aware that she's facing this charge, and so she has a lot of both support and accountability in her day-to-day life. And
Ms. Pratt, by you wearing this Tether, it not only protects the plain witness, but nobody can say that you were at a place that you weren't either.
And I'm fine with that. It's the time restriction on it. I'm trying to get a night job because due to all of this,
Do you have a night job?
I can't, I work at Forge, which is an industrial, it's a temp service. I can't accept the job until I'm aware that I can actually take it. And
So whenever it is that you verify employment, whatever those hours are, you will change those hours.
okay, thank you.
If that happens between now and the arraignment on the information, I'll contact the court. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we have to take a hard break, unfortunately.
Dismissal.
You want to do this case be the sir, and the dismissal language?
Okay, I'll do it real fast. Who's your client?
Demetrius Heard.
Calling case 2360462, State of Michigan versus Demetrius Maurice Heard. Defendant's charged with count one assault with dangerous weapon, count two domestic violence. Defendant has conviction pending second case notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake, P number 60249.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please support Attorney Sharon Jones, P number 57113 on behalf of Demetrius Heard.
Where's Mr. Heard?
My last communication with him was at 12:01 p.m. He told me he was on the way and wanted to know when the court closed, and he hasn't responded to my text.
Court will issue a case, this revoked bond, and such a new bond of $25,000 cash.
Thank you.
Is that Mr. Story back here?
Yes. Come on. Stand next to your attorney.
Christopher Story, calling case 2360502, State of Michigan versus Christopher Story. Defendant charged with count one, unlawful imprisonment, count two, assault with intent to grave bodily harm, that's the murder by strangulation, count three, domestic violence. Defendant has a original and the third instance.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Judge Andrew Mazur, P 45619, standing attorney of record, Stephen Johnson.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Christopher Story.
There's a date and time set for your examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Complaining witness was notified of today's date and time for the exam. She is not present, and I cannot proceed without the testimony.
Motion to dismiss.
So order the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Sure.
Thank you. And we just had a 12:30 and 1:30. Okay. So the court will be in recess until about 2 o'clock. What do you have, sir?
You have an exam on Tom.
Have an exam on who?
MD Con.
Con?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I forgot about Con. What's going on with Con?
We're holding. The problem is I have a trial on Tuesday that I have to go pick up documentation with a witness at 4 o'clock.
Okay. We're gonna start at 2. I'll take yours first.
Okay, thank you.
We don't have an interpreter for Con, so that matter. So you can be right back at 2 o'clock. I have to take a hard break now.
Are you saying we will have an interpreter too? Or
No, we
no?
won't have an interpreter today, so I'm gonna have to put that exam over to a later day. I need you to get a reschedule that day.
Is it possible to reschedule it now, Aaron?
On January 22nd at 10:15.
I'll make that work, Aaron.
Okay.
22nd at 10:15?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I'm sorry, what's that?
Mr. Drain, are you the prosecutor on Con?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're gonna put that over to January 22nd at 10:15. Because we need an interpreter.
Okay. Great, 1 second.
Yes. Yeah.
You're retired, Joe.
Oh, remember, it's a federal custody. They got a job.
Yeah, whenever you get a chance. We got dismissal more.
What you have?
What is it?
Council, what you got?
Story.
Do I get a form for that? So I can just go right here, dismissal.
Sorry?
The dismissal for story, I don't need that paper.
Oh. You can get it, get it.
It's this. It's 3 begins.
Yeah, we do. How do you see it? Go ahead. That was North Carolina, buddy.
Riley, you ate already? You ate already?
Do you understand English? January 22nd, 2024, 10:15.
All right.
It's 2 day now. I'm gonna require an interpreter. She needs an interpreter.
Yes, but I.
We learned in the last couple of months. Let's see on the 22nd.
January 24th.
Yeah.
What was that, January 24th, which was that adjournment?
22nd.
Oh, January 24th.
Second.
22nd, January 22nd. No, she's late. January 22nd at 10:15.
Good job.
Grant Miller got out of here without doing that dismissal on the counts for that other guy. I'm sitting straight to do dismissal. Yeah.
What's your sign-in sheet?
Police?
No, for the.
You don't sign it.
No, they haven't, so. Look, so.
Do it again.
How you doing, Brian? You guys.
You were running. Yeah.
This is right. Man, no case, he didn't do this. Oh, wait. Oh, I'll do this. Yeah. This case right here.
Yeah, but your name's not down.
I ended up dismissing the case. And then I moved. And ours is like, it only has one charge. We got all these charges on the. Did you have the same?
Prosecutor, I don't do
Your proposed, you have all the. Eight counts.
My paperwork? That's.
Your marker on there?
I just walked in.
I still can't figure out how to do it. Oh, it's easy.
I won't even do this for 52 days.
It's 30 something. It's good, Jay Foreman. Yeah, I've been retired. Stroke. Next year. I like it. Good. I only work part-time. Is this gonna go, you think?
I think I.
Did you jump? Show it.
I'm waiting.
All right, and I will know dismissal on the counts for the one that was asked.
Arthur.
And then I'm gonna need information. You know, the guy that's in federal, I think that take longer because I think, well, in federal court.
I know, and it's not even 2 weeks. So, because I don't even have, like, I can't even access that information. So I'm gonna have to call somebody to try to get information. And yeah, we don't, we seldom deal with federal work, yeah.
On our 12:30, Arthur, brand new attorney, the last new number. This is one on 12:30. Arthur Brand, BRAND.
And what's his?
11126. I knew we moved from here.
Oh, they got, something totally different.
Yeah, so this other attorney's like.
That's the wrong attorney. Arthur Brand. Okay, I got it.
BRAND.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I had to ask him what case he was on, because he didn't say his name.
Right. I know his office had called the other day, and then when I looked at the document, I was like, I don't see his name.
Right. I think it's gonna go. Oh, it's 1:30. You know Watt's first name, Attorney Watt?
Coral. CORAL. Coral.
Coral, is it female?
Yeah.
Do we have groups coming? Only be very late, they go. Yes, first degree. What the judge have to do? Do they have a meeting? put your radio on? Why'd you put your radio on?
I got to be concentrated.
Oh,
This is
will be doing anything? What was something?
thanks.
Advocate. Yes, and I was trying to get some with her. All the rooms are filled, all the
clients.
yes,
Did
yeah,
you talk to them?
yeah, I talked to everybody, yeah, and,
You're the 130, right?
yep, I'm with the 130 as well. Actually, it's like 2 130s.
Right.
No, I'm on the, CSC.
Right.
Not the child.
Or the adult?
The adult.
How old is she?
The child looks like she's about. I'm on Carlos Atkins.
Yeah.
And the advocate for the other child, the child
This
is,
is first degree.
yeah. Twelve 30 is here.
How old is she?
She's not.
Oh, that's the other.
She-
You're home with the child?
Hmm?
With the child, you're home with the child?
No, I don't do chill. I don't work chill. If you have to have a special. You know,
Yes,
everything.
children. I know we have, you know who the prosecutor's gonna be?
For the child,
For you?
yes, Larry King.
Well, Larry King's gonna be.
If so, for Carlos Atkins is Larry King. For the child, it's gonna be,
And for the Crips, right? First degree and second, 2 different cases. Not either one of those are.
no, but they aren't here. Advocate and prosecutors.
That's gonna be King.
No, Larry King is on Atkins. Erica. That's-
That's.
Moses.
Okay. Yeah, 13, she's she has a children, right?
Yes.
Do you get a lot of these cases?
I'm in domestic violence, so I try my best to stay away from anything other than domestic violence. But like today, I had a lot of people out. Yes.
Mark.
Yes, ma'am.
He did say we started back at 2.
2 o'clock. We had one case that just was a child, who was 7-year-old. And I had some thoughts that just, it was horrible. It's still not understanding to this day. Normally,
So you're not coming
I keep a child. So many people, one kid.
So who's the prosecutor? Let me ask you this, who's the prosecutor? Oh, Mr. King.
Eric King. So what prosecutor, what advocate that work on case is your cover? With the advocate.
Oh, you know, he says his own dates, so yeah, you guys have to talk to him.
So, I get it.
Yeah.
Are you all going, Shelley?
Oh, so you're not coming?
You're on the one more, right? With
Our victim on.
I can't.
The 12th, she's bigger, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is. You know where she's at though.
When he walks
She's in Jack's courtroom and his room is back there.
He's gonna be a prosecutor. He's a prosecutor.
No, not that. No, King is the prosecutor on Act,
Right.
Carlos Act,
What
at
about
1:30.
Eleanor Alien?
All right.
Eleanor, okay. Sorry, she's dog. Are you on the dog?
You can't give her. Yes. I just had them read me.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, I'll do that.
I work with Judge Kenneth. You know who she is?
Oh, no.
She's kind of new, but I hear she's really nice. Did you bring her home? So, The judge's mom and dad.
Down to 2. We had understood 2.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Right, David?
Right.
All right, here.
No, I'm Aaron.
You're Aaron?
Yeah.
Kitchen.
I'm cash swap center. Yep.
Your name is?
My name is Aaron.
Aaron.
Yeah.
Last name?
Is Wilmoth, WILMOCH. I'm Ms. Reynolds.
Erica's trying to sneak in front of me and I need to go before her.
Tell me,
Because I have, first of all, my case is the oldest, it's only one count, and my complaint is the youngest, but I do have a complaint this afternoon. Well, Ms. Reynolds says me, so she can let the judge know, right? Wait. Everybody else.
So you on which one?
Cassius Watson.
Who's your defense?
Ivan Land.
who's your defense attorney?
Do you know who that is?
Yeah, I do. I haven't seen it.
I have a case.
I get worried. Somebody put murder in so what's
Yeah, he stood in for him at
What's
the
his name?
PCC. Ivan, Ivan, Land,
Okay,
like Land of the Great. Okay,
so Lori's not home.
no,
Really? You wouldn't want speed number.
no,
You want me to look at speed number up for you?
no. We had the PCC over the holiday, the judge was already out, I think.
Yeah.
And I think Ms. Reynolds was out, Marlene Taylor, and a different clerk, and Mr. Murray just stood in. Mr. Land, I think was. Like, went out of town, that's how 3 exams got scheduled at 1/3, probably. Yeah. Larry's has a lot of counts though. I think he's on the case with Ms. Watts.
Right.
I think she's gonna ask to adjourn because she's somewhere else. So it's just me and Erica fighting it out.
I'm gonna have to fight with,
Shelley?
this was it.
No.
How many witnesses on, that long name L. Northdale? You know the name?
Yes.
Arthur, how do you pronounce his name, last name? Arthur.
Wait, me, Dave?
Mr. Cruz, I'm sorry.
No. I have,
Yeah, I know you got.
I have no.
Ms. Jones, did you have one?
The one at 12:30?
Oh, no. Do you need something? No, because somebody called me and said they was gonna zoom in on no victim or something like that.
So your witness,
Somebody called on Nolan. It's not the defendant, he's in jail. If it's any witnesses, no.
He said, it's not his case, he said it was his sister's case, and we're gonna zoom in.
They're not assuming that. I mean, if I have anything to say about it, because no witness,
I don't know, that's just what he said, so.
I'll make sure that, I'll make that clear out there.
Yeah, he needs to talk to the prosecutor about that.
I just did.
I didn't have your client's last name.
I'll be right. And you're out.
Nora,
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be right.
So you remember?
Oh, yeah.
I can keep working. Yeah, I do too. I don't know. I too. It's. I will. I know, that's how I've seen it. But the judges, everyone have. I understand this. But she does a little bit of work. Beat up with precious. Who's on the pressure? Yeah. You're my Facebook. You're my last name. Monty. Yeah. Yeah. COVID. The press everybody is by Boston.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Let's arrest.
Say that again, please.
How about your wife?
She does wrestling, but she doesn't do. She does or does not? She doesn't like this. She gets upset.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't put your kids on, but if they're old, it's okay.
Yeah. And, you know, when she doesn't want pictures.
Well, you know what?
So like. Which case?
It's like
once in a while. What's your sister?
We just got the door. I used to live.
She doesn't or does not? Okay, so who's gonna be zooming in?
Oh.
I'm sorry?
I'm saying.
She can't zoom in if she's.
It should be 75. She still gets around a lot, good.
I don't know anything. I don't know about the.
Well, it's just stay home when
Anybody.
travel. You
You're
know?
just telling me she doesn't want to drop charges. Okay.
No, I want you to trust. Once I'm for it.
Where is it? Wait.
Are you cold? When you trying to get.
She's on the way where?
That one, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just stay away from mom.
Oh. Yes, okay.
How about, I went to Tennessee last
Thank
night,
you.
and I got some comfort going to it, it definitely was something.
Oh, they have it there?
It's different, it's all natural, so it has no wheat or no additive colors or anything. So I'm gonna try, I'm gonna start tomorrow.
From where?
GNC.
And Monday, you can tell me how it is.
And it's supposed to give you extra, it's supposed to give you energy, and it's all vitamins.
Really?
So,
We needed some of that this week, for all these cases.
especially you got more than me, I'm just waiting. You don't need any of the probable cause or anything, I've got them all written down.
You know, it was. I think two got, the actual probable cause. I believe, let's see.
Another PCC is Wesley,
Wesley,
119 at 8:30.
okay, Wesley. And then. Yeah, I think that's the.
Yeah, at 8:30, another PCC. The probable cause, I don't. Sometimes you can, on all the code, because the I do it all. How's the wife, Dave?
She's excellent, thank you.
Good, she's been busy? She's been busy out there, right?
Yes.
When you guys gonna be tired?
I don't even know that word.
I don't either.
that will be yours.
Which one? The one that I'm gonna battle? We're friends too. We're in the same unit. Yeah. I'm just giving her a hard time.
She here?
That's what friends are.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, she's here.
Is Erica doing that stuff?
Dick Kurtz is a CSC.
No, but this is. Oh, that's a problem. It's not gonna be this. What's doing? She's doing. So. Oh, okay. Did you know?
No.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Tuesday and Friday. I lived in California for 8.5 years. San Diego.
For my son.
Ocean Beach. Hi, Judge. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good.
How many witnesses?
Likely just one.
Mr. Chris, the attorney on that?
Ivan Lamb.
Hi, Judge.
How you doing? Are you the attorney with Ms. Wilmot?
No, I'm not. I'm with Mr.
Who's your attorney, Ms. Wilmot?
Ivan Land.
Mr. Land. I was hoping it was Mr. Cripps.
But
Mr.
Erica's
Cripps-
here.
Mr. Cripps makes me appreciate, more and more each day. I have other attorneys They go on about that.
Oh, like this.
Yes.
I can tell you.
Since she's gonna zoom in at 2 because she's at another hearing or something. She'll explain to you what she's doing.
I want to say happy birthday to my friend out there, Jasmine Hunt. Happy birthday, Jazz. Old lady.
How's your mom doing?
Mom's doing good.
She look good.
Yeah, she's doing good. Thank you. Which one did you say this?
Y'all just got 2 cases left?
think it's
3 cases.
All the ones at 1:30?
and the one that's put up.
Yeah, 12:30 left. This is all of them, all of them.
Overly welcome.
So we got the 12:30.
Yeah, it's 12:30 next, look. Check there.
I can't hear. That's exactly what it is.
Always going for the last couple.
Yeah, right. Did the interpreter show?
Yes, interpreter out.
She was an interpreter.
Oh, okay.
She just needs one.
Well, my hair appointment after 6 o'clock.
Ms. Carson is standing in for Mr. Land, and it's going to be a waiver.
Okay.
So she's gonna come on in.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yes.
Cassius Blackman.
One down,
Cassius Blackman. No, you don't.
What time is this good?
1:30.
I have watched the actions at home.
Johnson.
Oh, it's gonna be a waiver.
Abdul Kader, Emerald. Calling case 2360357, People of the State of Michigan versus Abdul Kader, Emerald. In this charge with count 1 aggravated assault. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley, people, number 60249.
And good afternoon, Judge Arthur Brand, E11126.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Samara Howard interpreting for the court as a state certified counsel.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Arabic to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you very much. Your name for the record, sir?
Abdul Kader Anwar.
Date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
How many witnesses?
Just one.
Okay, call your witness. While you're doing that, before we do that, Ms. Carson, your case is a waiver,
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
and you're on.
This was Cassius Watson, I'm standing in for Attorney James.
Let's do the waiver real quick.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Calling case 2360241, People of the State of Michigan versus Cassius Clifton Watson. Defendant charged with count one, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age. Roll. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Erin Wilness, P 82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May I please, of course, Stephanie Carson standing in for Attorney of Record James Murray with Mr. Watson's permission. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I've advised my client of the right to trial and rights to, with the preliminary exam as well as the standard for preliminary exam. And my client wishes to waive his right to the exam. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have the statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in this claim form. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit that was probably caused to be committed.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive the right?
No.
Has anyone promised you the right?
No.
Are you waiving the right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection from the people, Your Honor.
Court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given the court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division of Proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be January 26, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m. Will be continued.
Thank
I give it to you guys to sign the waiver.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Cripps, your case is a hold as well?
Yes, we're ready to understand the exam.
Sorry to hear you.
We're ready in our case when you're done with your exam you're doing.
It's a hold though?
Yes.
Okay. I have that effect.
I know, it wasn't warm until it came out.
I thought the meeting was gonna be more stop. Just sit in the back, maybe about 5-10 minutes.
Okay, we'll move to this one.
Yeah.
We'll be back for a few minutes.
Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Allen Road. Ready to call you witness, Mr. Graham?
Yes, Your Honor, people was called in, these out and see.
Just this one from,
Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. This witness box right next to me. Yes, ma'am. You can put that microphone to speak your left. You can put that in your lap so you can speak directly next session. Okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Please state your name again for the record.
Evina Al-Yusufi.
Okay. Ms. Al-Yusufi, I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know. All right?
Okay.
I want to bring your attention back to the date of May 8th of this last year, 2023. Did you attempt to obtain a PBO on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Were you granted a PBO?
Yes.
Who were you granted a PBO against?
Al-Noradi.
Okay, and who was that person to you?
He was my ex-husband.
Okay, was he your ex-husband on that day?
He was my husband at the time.
Okay. And do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
For identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
He's in the Middle East, wearing white jacket, white shirt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, at this record of evidence, this witness has identified the defendant. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And did you have this personal protection order served?
Yes.
Okay. And was that, when did you have it served?
Next day.
The next day. Okay. And after you had the personal protection order served, were there any violations of the personal protection order?
Yes.
And when were those?
Couple times.
And when was that?
I don't remember the exact date, always being prepared for the
Sorry, I didn't understand that. I couldn't hear.
Okay. Repeat your answer.
Well, a couple of times, but I don't remember the exact date because I wasn't prepared for the sport. I was not.
Okay. So let me just ask you, other than the dates, what were the violations?
He showed up at the house and he changed the locks. He kept turning my cameras off. He cut out the cable from outside for the internet from the backyard.
Okay. And do you remember, was this in the month of September?
Yes, I believe.
Okay, was that September 2023 after the PPO had been served?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did he come to the house?
During September was 2 times.
Okay, and was he prohibited from coming to the house?
Yes.
Was there anything else that happened that was a violation of the PPO other than him coming to the house?
There was a couple of them, but it was between us about we would agree on doing it.
Sorry again, Judge.
Could you repeat that, please?
There was other times we would agree on doing it.
And what are you speaking of specifically?
I believe was in probably August or July. I don't even remember when I hit my feet one time and I called him, he went to take me to the urgent care.
Okay, so you hurt your foot.
Yes.
And this was in July 2023, and you called him to take you to
It was
urgent care.
somewhere there, yeah, I don't remember the exact time. Yes.
Okay, so you're saying it was a
That one
violation,
we would agree, yeah.
but you consented
Yes.
to that, okay. All right, and the times that he came to the house, what did he do?
It was the 2 times in September.
Yes.
After the divorce, which is September 5 when we got divorced legally. 2 times he went there. The first time I couldn't prove it due to he went to the backyard first and he cut out the cable for internet. And he got inside the house and turned my camera off.
I'll object to any testimony that she has.
It's the same.
You indicated that he came in front of the cable. Yeah. Do you have personal knowledge of that, or are you just guessing that it was him?
I do, because like 2 days after, when he came to the house and I asked him that he was there 2 days before that, and he did that, and he said, well, it's my house.
Okay, so he said it was my house. Okay. Okay, and then what is the other time?
That was the 2 days after that. Okay. So he came back after I put my cameras and everything back, so after 2 days, probably about 4:15 p.m., I was at work, and I showed up on my camera that he was there. And I called the cops at the time, they wouldn't go there, so I went there, and I was mad and angry, so I did talk bad at that time. And I told him to leave the house, he wouldn't leave, he kept continuing to change the locks. And that's when I talked to him, because that was the only way to get the evidence that I need from him, because I couldn't prove it without him talking.
Okay, so that's why you kept talking.
Yeah.
Okay, and these things were after the PPO was served?
Yes.
Okay, and was there anything else that happened?
So, no, not from him, no.
Is the PPO still in effect?
From what I know, yes.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. So is it true that you're testifying that you asked the defendant to violate PPO by meeting you on at least one occasion?
One occasion, yes.
Okay, and would you tell the court when that one occasion was?
I don't remember the exact time, it was when I hurt my feet and my nail got out and he took me to the RG, I told him. That's what
Okay, so the answer to my question is you don't remember the date, is that
No,
correct?
I would have to look it up.
Just let me finish the question. Okay. So the PPO was entered on May the 8th, is that correct?
That's when it was me, yes.
And you were in the middle of divorce proceedings during that time, would that be fair to say?
No.
Okay. Is it true that on July the 7th of 2023, you filed a petition with the court asking the court to terminate the PPO? Just yes or no?
Yeah.
Is it also true that at least on one other occasion, you filed a petition with the court asking the court to terminate the PPO again?
Yes.
So you asked the court to terminate the PPO on at least 2 occasions?
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Now, you're familiar with the terms of the judgment of divorce, is that correct?
Yes.
And you know that the judgment of divorce was entered on September 5th, 2023, is that correct?
I wasn't aware of it.
Okay. If I show you a copy of the judgment of divorce, would that refresh your recollection as to the day that it was entered?
If you mean when we got divorced, yeah, we got divorced in September 5.
September what?
September 5, 2022.
Oh.
If that's right.
And you're familiar with the terms of the judgment of divorce, is
Yeah.
that correct? May I finish the question? And you know that the judgment of divorce stated that you would have 30 days to get out of this home. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that whatever you're testifying to occurred a week or 2 after the judgment of divorce. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So September 5th, you had 30 days to get out of the house.
Yes.
Do you remember what, if anything, you did concerning the keys to the home on September 17th, 2023?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Do you know what, if anything, you did concerning the keys to the home on September the 23rd? Yes or no?
If I can answer with explanation, I will.
No, just a yes or no.
Can you explain your question in another way?
Sure. Isn't it true that on September 17th of 2023, maybe a day before, a day after, you took the keys that you had to the home and you brought them over to the place where my client was staying, and you left them on a piece of paper with your signature on it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. May I approach the witness with those exhibits order? I'd like you to take a look at my proposed exhibit number 4. Is that a correct characterization or picture of the keys that you left at the client's house?
Yes, and there's no signature on it.
And the paper underneath, are there words on that paper? Paper underneath.
So the same one? Yeah,
Is that your writing?
I did write it.
Okay, before admission of proposed exhibit number 4, defendants.
Any objection?
I can see that you're under no objection.
Admitted?
So you had been living in the house alone since approximately May 5th, is that correct?
Yes.
And so between May 5th and May the 20th, you didn't take the keys over to my client, did you?
No, because I didn't have it.
You didn't have the keys?
No.
So you weren't able to get in the house between May 5th and May, and September, let me finish the question. So you weren't able to get in the house between May 5th and September the 20th, is that correct?
I was able to get in the house.
Okay, and in fact, you were staying there, weren't you? You were staying in the house?
Yes.
Of course, and your furniture was in the house, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that a couple of days before you took the keys over to where my client was staying, you had a U-Haul come in the house and move most of it, if not all of the furniture that belonged to you?
I took my furniture.
And so you had moved all the furniture out, you took the keys to my client's house,
I did not move all the furniture.
most of the furniture. Is
The
that
one that
correct?
I could take.
Excuse me?
The one that I could take at the time.
I didn't understand that.
I took the furniture that I could take at the time. That's English.
Alright. So now you take the keys over to my client's house. And you know that my client came over to the house to make sure that you had left. You know that because you had the video system working in the house, right?
Yes.
And you know that he came over to make sure that you were no longer there the very day that you left the keys on his, at the home he was staying at, right?
I didn't look there right away. No, I was out of state.
So you see him enter the house. Then a couple of days later, you see him enter the house again, right? And what did you do when you saw him enter the house? What did you do?
The first thing I could do was call the house because I was nervous. I didn't know what to do. And the cops wouldn't go, so I had to, like, when you have to actually go there, physically be there. That's why I went.
So you came over to the house
Yeah.
to confront an individual who you want this court to believe was threatening to you. Is that correct?
I was not believing that he's a threat to me at the time. I was believing that he's not supposed to be there while I'm living.
And did you know that while you came to the house and you stood there on the front lawn, right?
I did.
And my client was telling you that he was removing your keys because he thought you left. Is that a correct statement? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then he was replacing it with his own locks. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, and I was telling him not to.
I'm sorry?
And I was telling him not to do it and just leave.
And as a matter of fact, he told you that he would take the locks off the door and the locks that he was placing on and put your locks back on. Is that true?
Yeah,
And you were swearing at him, is that right?
I did.
And you know that at the time that all of this was occurring, he was recording you by video.
I know he was
May I
recording.
finish the question?
Mhm.
And you know that during this time that all of this was going on, he was recording everything that you were doing by then.
Yes, I know. I was live streaming too.
And let me ask you, were you recording everything also?
I was live streaming.
So when you made this complaint to the police about my client threatening you and harassing you, Did you let him know that you left the keys to his house?
I did.
May I finish the question? Did you let him know, the police, that you left the keys to his house on September 20th?
Yes.
And that you weren't claiming he made that he made any effort to enter your home until you left the keys there? Did you tell the police that?
He was there before then too. I just don't remember the date.
And when you filed your complaint, did you tell the police, did you tell anyone, the investigators or anybody else, that you had already been reported on this very issue? Because you filed a petition to hold my client in contempt of court. And that matter was heard in Wayne County Circuit Court before Judge Glitson. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Was heard on November the 11th. Right?
Yeah.
So let me show you, if I may again approach the witness. Defendant's proposed exhibit number 5. Take a look at it. Yeah, please, hold the clerk with the others.
For a shoe class, basically.
Sorry?
For a shoe class.
It's court order signed by Judge Goodson in Wayne County Circuit Court, is it not?
I guess.
It dismisses the alleged violation of the PPO that you claim that my client violated the PPO. Isn't that correct?
Based on your evidence, without me explaining anything, yes.
My question is to the judge, based on the complaint you filed, which is the same thing that you stated in court, right?
Yeah.
The judge dismissed the PPO violation, right?
I think so, yes.
And then you turned around and filed a complaint with the Detroit Police Department, correct?
No, it was filed before then.
When you filed your complaint, did you tell the court that it had already been heard before Judge Goodson, that you found that the client wasn't there before?
No, because this happened before.
What happened?
I filed a complaint before that court date for the PPO. That court date that was the date that you're talking about, that was only for PPO. That wasn't for it. And then it ended up being mixed, I guess, that's what happened.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I don't understand myself on what happened, but I know I reported this before.
Are you saying that the violation of the PPO wasn't as a result of the incident on September the 20th, when my client was changing the locks? Is that what you're saying?
I'm getting confused.
Okay, well, let me show you, if I may, a copy of the motion to show cause that you filed in Wayne County Circuit Court. If I may again approach the
Right.
Yes, I remember.
Does it not say on here, on September 20th, I called him on cameras again, and I called the cops, but no one showed up until 3 hours after Abdul Taylor went inside the house with a friend of his, and again, I plugged my cameras and muted them, and turned them off. I went to the house after 20 minutes, I didn't be there, because 9/11 told me I had to be present.
Yes, that's correct.
You were afraid of what's going on.
I have no reason to be afraid of him right now.
And you had no reason to be afraid of him then, isn't that the truth?
I was not afraid of him at the time.
You've never been afraid of him.
I've been afraid of him before when he was abusing me, that you're not aware of.
Okay, you weren't afraid of him as a result of anything that you claimed occurred on September 20th, fair enough?
On September 20, I was claiming that he is not supposed to be there and he was showing up in my house.
Yeah.
That makes me get scared, nervous, not able to sleep. Because in my head, I'm scared, what if he shows up again? What if he comes again? What if he do something? But he's not gonna do something stupid in front of people. Because it was in public, we were not inside the house. We were
And it's
outside.
also true, by the way, while we're on the subject, that in that PPO hearing that was dismissed by Judge Woodson, you were cited for contempt of court, and you had a contempt of court.
Your Honor, I would object to that.
I'll
That's
withdraw
not-
the question.
Sustained.
I would, at this point, I don't want to call my witness. We do have the video. I want the court to review the video. Ms. Gray has already seen. Video of September 20th, when she came to the house.
I believe we're still in the people's case too.
Right. I don't have any other questions.
Just one question. When we actually answered questions on the keys. Yes. You did indicate that yes, and that you did return the keys. So why did you return them?
These keys, so I had one key since we got married on September 9th. I had one key from that side door. I did not have any other key. And there was this time when I got locked outside and I had to open the windows, look for the windows, I asked him for two keys. And he actually gave me these 3 keys. And when I went to hurt my feet, and when I went to urgent care, that day he gave it to me. And I didn't even ask him that. He gave it to me 4 keys, one for the mail because I didn't have it. I had to break the mail so I can get my mail out. And then 3 other keys, one for the back door, 2 for the other. Now these keys, I returned them before I steal it because I was keeping moving back and forth, so I don't want to steal the keys. So I didn't even give it to him. That's why I put it in his friend's house address. I did not say I only thought, I didn't say anything like that. And if you really wanted to check why I only thought, he could have asked his attorney. Plus, if one day you're coming here, you turn the cable off, you took my cameras off, everything. 2 days after you're coming again, you're seeing it again, that means it shows someone is living there. And I have pictures and videos of me staying there this whole period of months during that time. I moved out in October 4th, and when I did, I even sent this to the attorney saying that I shot. And during this time, I even had a comment while I was live broadcasting at nighttime. I remember I was at the park. I had this woman commented on my account saying that I am still here.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
One question. The key that you left on September 20th, was that the key to the door of the house that we're all talking about, that you were living in? That you had to open the door?
It was his keys, I did
Yes or
return it back.
no?
Yes, it was his keys, I returned it back.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up. You're all set. Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
I would just want my client, so that we can, if the board wants to see the video, without having to call my client, that's fine.
I don't know if you want to subject your client to cross-examinations, right?
I'm sorry?
I don't know if you want to subject your client to cross-examination and examine.
Okay, Judge, then I will just ask you to please review the video, that's all. And the strain will agree.
Mr. Drain, you have any objections to this video?
I do not have video objection. I watched it. The complainant is well aware of the video, well aware of everything that's on the video. I don't have any objection.
I will admit that as people's proposed exhibit A.
I have it on my phone. Can I give you the phone to Ms. Drain also?
Yes, so.
Is it possible we can get on?
Let me try.
Sure.
can't share a screen share. Oh, I have to be on the laptop. Wait.
I cannot share this from my phone, and I can't share it from my laptop. Okay, if the court wants to wait a few minutes, I will be able to do it from there.
Give me an option of proof as to what this video is showing.
Which, the video will show my client working on the front door, changing the locks, removing the defendant's, excuse me, the complainant's locks, and starting to put his locks on the complainant arriving at the residence. He's on the front porch, she's standing in the aisle, and she's screaming at him, yelling at him for about 15 minutes, he's trying to tell her that I thought I had a right to be here. And if you want, I can change the locks back and leave. I think that's what we proceeded to do. I think that's what the video is. Is that a fair representation?
It is. It is exactly.
Possibly we can reach some kind of stipulation to that.
Yeah.
I would stipulate that I watched it, and the complainant is well aware of it.
So specifically, what are we stipulating to?
We're stipulating to the representations that I just made concerning what the video would show according to the video.
Let's state it for the record. What is the video going to show?
The video will show my client on the front porch removing the locks that were on the door and putting his locks on the door. And then Miss Sophie arriving, standing on the front lawn, screaming down at him, swearing at him. This went on for about 5 or 6 minutes on this particular tape. My client explained that I thought I had a right to be here. I thought I had a right to be here. He says, because you returned the key to me. And then he says, I will take my locks off. I will put your locks back on. I will. That's what it says.
So stipulate.
Yes, yes, sir.
Court receives that stipulation.
Thank you.
With that, you have anything else, sir? People?
I have the thing.
All right. You have a motion?
I do know that.
That being the case, court will dismiss this matter for insufficient evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
I need a dismissal order, sir.
I do, thanks.
Here you go, sir. You guys can step up. Here. That's super.
Yeah. Mr. King.
Your Honor, may I ask a court scheduling question?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Watt, the attorney on the active matter, called me and informed me that your courtroom had set the trial for the preliminary exam over to a later date. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I don't know why.
Unfortunately, I'm beginning a trial on the date that you set the exam.
Okay, then we need to adjust that date.
Would you like to, can we do that? Is Ms. Watt still on Zoom? Can we do it off the record?
No, we can call when you're ready.
Okay, we'll give her a call.
Should I wait or should I stay here?
I'm gonna call it right now.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Atkins is on his way up the steps.
Say you start a trial when?
The 22nd, Judge, that's an 8-1 trial, it should go 4 days. If we could do the afternoon of that Friday, I would be available.
26.
26th at 1:30 or 1 or sometime.
Actually, I thought that was the date that I gave for the 26th at 11 o'clock.
At 11 o'clock, I wouldn't be available, I'd be available later that afternoon, so 12:30, 1 o'clock.
So I'll save you some time. She's in trial now. She's going to put the work. So if you could get with her and we'll stipulate an order to adjourn to that date, January 26th at 1:30.
January 26th at 1:30, I will talk to Ms. Watt and present a stipulated order.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let me know you want them out here. You think you need it? Okay.
That's Atkins?
Yeah. You can take them back, we'll do them.
Take them back?
Yeah, no date.
Mr. Atkins, your court date has been adjourned.
Hold on.
This is attorney now. This what? Okay. King said that date time didn't work. One right there, the 26th at 1:30 works good. Right. 26th. Okay, good. Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you, appreciate it. Ms. Cripps?
Yes, sir, ready.
January 26th at 1:30?
Yes.
January 26th at 1:30.
Right. Now you know.
It's on the way up the steps.
Okay. What do we do on time?
Yes.
What day do we do?
$122.
Our last case.
Stand next to your attorney.
Somebody says, please.
Calling case 2360554, People State Michigan versus Jermaine Noble. Defendant is charged with conduct, criminal sexual conduct, first degree relationship. Defendant has a religion within the fourth offense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P 78491.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. David Cripps, P 34972, appearing on behalf of my client, Jermaine Nolan. Tell the judge your name, please. Jermaine Nolan. We're ready to proceed to exam. We make a motion to request the witnesses either in the courtroom or on YouTube.
Judge, I'm asking an exception for my OIC detective, Larry.
No, Judge.
There doesn't appear to be any other witnesses in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, you're going to be logged up. How many witnesses?
The reason I say that, Judge, I believe somebody contacted the court saying, you know, witnesses, and they wanted to know how they consider it.
Don't have anybody waiting, trying to hear.
Thank you.
Judge, I have one witness. She was a minor child. That asked if it's possible to count what she said.
Absolutely.
May I call my first?
Yes, please.
The people call Miss Imani Howard.
Good afternoon, young lady. Please step forward. You have her name already? Please raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand.
The other right. The other right. The other. There you go. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And how old are you? You know what it means to tell the truth and tell a lie?
Yes.
If I told you I was wearing a red hat with a bow on it, would I be telling the truth or telling a lie? Okay, so we're gonna tell them the truth, right?
Yes.
All right.
Judge, I didn't hear what she said about her age.
13.
13, thank you.
Keep your voice up nice and loud, and then once you speak to that microphone, it's to your left. Okay, you place that in your left and speak directly to that. Okay. All right, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Can you say your name one more time loud for the record, please? Imani Howard. Thank you, Ms. Howard. Can I call you Imani? Is that okay? Yes. Imani, are you familiar with someone named Jermaine Nolan? Yes. How are you familiar with him? As his stepmother. Do you call him by any other name or do you call him Jermaine? Another name. Okay, what do you call him? Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, okay. Do you see anyone that you recognize as being Chi-Chi or Jermaine Nolan in the courtroom today? Yes. Okay, and where is he seated at? Can you point and say something that he's wearing? What's he wearing? All right, that's for in-court identification of Mr. Nolan at the time.
So no.
Now, Judge already talked about telling the truth and only telling the truth, right? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a few questions, and if you don't know what I'm asking, I can rephrase it, or if you don't know, you say you don't know, okay? Do you remember living at a 19489 South Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne? Yes. And were you living at that location on December 17th of 2023? Yes. Okay. Is that a house, apartment, or something else? Okay. And who all lived there with you at that time?
My sister,
Okay, what's her name?
Chanel,
Chanel, how old is Chanel?
she's 11.
And who else lived there?
My little brother,
And what's his name?
Janelle.
Okay. And where, he was living in the house with you too?
Yes.
Okay, and who else?
And my mom.
Okay. Did anybody else live with you at the time?
Yes.
Okay, who?
And Jermaine.
Okay. And that's the person you identified in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. So I want you to try and remember that December 17th, 2023 date, okay? Did something, actually, where do you sleep in the house?
In the bedroom.
Okay, is it a bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, do you have that bedroom to yourself or do you share it with somebody else?
Share it.
Okay, who do you share with?
My little sister.
Okay, and that's Chanel?
Yes.
Tell me what your room looks like. How many beds are there?
It's 2
Okay, are they big beds, medium beds, little beds?
little beds.
Okay, so twin bed, would you describe it as being a twin?
Yes.
Okay, and how many, so 2 beds, where are they at in the room? Are they next to each other or separate?
Next to each other.
Okay, and who else shares that room with you, or just you and your sister?
Me and my sister.
Now, is this house 2 levels or 1 level?
2.
Okay, are there other bedrooms by your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, what other bedrooms are near yours?
There's only one room in the back.
Okay, and where did your mom sleep?
Upstairs.
Okay, and where did Jermaine or Chi-Chi sleep?
Sometimes upstairs, sometimes in the room.
At any point in time, did Chi-Chi ever sleep in the room, your bedroom with you?
No.
Okay, and would he ever come into your room to talk to you?
Sometimes.
Okay, and on this date, what happened?
It was nighttime and I was sleeping.
Do you know roughly what time it was?
No.
Okay, was it, had you just gone to sleep or was it a little bit later?
A little bit later.
Okay, and what do you remember happening?
And I remember he had on his head, I gave him covers and he got tissue.
Okay, let's talk about what you were wearing. Do you remember what you were wearing that day?
Yes.
What?
A shirt and a shirt.
Okay, so were those your regular jammies?
Yes.
Okay, and what kind of blankets did you have on the bed, if any?
A fuzzy one.
A fuzzy one, okay. And you said your sister's bed is next to your bed?
Yes.
Are they connected or is there some space in between?
Space.
Okay, and was anybody else in the room with you at the time?
No.
Okay, and what do you remember happening then? I'm sorry, so you indicated that you were sleeping?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember after waking up?
Somebody touching me.
Okay, and did you know immediately who it was that was touching you?
No.
Okay, and did you find out who it was? Did you realize who it was?
Yes.
Okay, how did you do that?
I woke up and I looked at him.
Okay, and you indicated he was touching you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, what part of your body was he touching you on?
My private part.
And what do you do with your private part? What is it used for?
Can.
Okay, and do you have another name for it or do you call it private part?
I don't know.
Okay, what's the other name?
Vagina.
So are you laying down, sitting, or standing up when this is happening?
Laying down.
Okay, and where is Jermaine at that time? Is he sitting down, standing up, or laying down?
Standing up.
Okay, and in relation to you, do you know where he was standing at?
At the end of the bed.
Okay, and was any part of his body on the bed with you, or no?
No.
Okay, so you remember feeling a touch. And where again on the body was that?
My private part.
And you also call it a vagina, right?
Yes.
Do you remember feeling touch above your clothing or below your, or both?
Below.
Okay, and remember sitting in the room with me not too long ago?
Yes.
We talked about the difference between inside versus outside, right?
Yes.
You know, I object to any private conversation that was parties.
I'm simply making an analogy to better explain to the board where she was touched.
But it's a very important area of drug examination.
You have an opportunity to cross examine.
Remember sitting in the room with me, and I had the tissue box or a box, right? And we talked about inside versus outside,
Objective
correct?
is to lead. To lead.
Doesn't suggest the answer.
We talked about inside versus outside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated Jermaine touched you. Was that touch inside or outside your vagina?
Inside.
Okay. And do you remember with what part of his body he touched you with?
His hand.
Okay. Was it his whole hand or something else? Yes.
Now, do you remember what that felt like?
Yeah.
Okay, what did it feel like?
It hurted.
And was his hand moving or did it stay still the whole time?
It was moving.
And how was it moving? What kind of motion?
A puppy motion.
And how long did that last? Do you remember? Okay. Would you say seconds, minutes, or longer?
Seconds.
What made it stop?
When I had a look.
Okay. Do you remember Jermaine saying anything to you at that time?
No.
Okay. Did you say anything to him?
No.
Okay. So when he stopped, were his hands still on you or did he move them somewhere else? Okay. And where did he put his hands after that?
After that.
Okay. Did they touch you at all again or no? No. It's a yes or no question, Judge. It's not leading. I asked where his hands were located. Did they touch you again? Yes or no? Okay. Did his hands touch you again after that poking motion that you described?
No.
Okay. And what happened after that?
He went back to the room.
Okay. And are there lights on in your bedroom or are they off at that time?
Off.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
I had called my cousin.
Okay. And what's your cousin's name?
Creation.
Okay. And do you remember talking to your cousin?
Yes.
What'd you tell her?
I had told her if she could tell grandma.
Okay. And this is Grandma lives with cousin?
No, only if she comes over.
Okay. So why did you call this particular cousin?
I was nervous at the time.
Okay. And do you remember who was home besides Jermaine and you when this was all happening?
Yes.
Who?
My mom, my little brother, and my sister.
And did you tell any of them right after what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. How soon after it happened did you go tell someone?
When my brother had called my mom.
Okay. Was this the same night or the next day?
The next day.
Okay. And did you stay in your bedroom or did you leave or you do something else?
I stayed in my bedroom.
How old were you when this happened?
13.
No further questions, Judge.
Questions now?
Good afternoon, Mike. Good afternoon.
Definitely.
Now, you testified that you lived at that house with everyone, including Jermaine. Is that correct? You were Chi-Chi?
Yes.
And how long had Chi-Chi lived there?
About how many years?
Couple of years?
Yes.
All right. So you did been there for 2 years while you lived there, is that correct?
Yes.
And nothing like this ever happened during that time period, is that right?
Yes.
And you said that all of a sudden, one night, that something unusual happened, is that right?
Yes.
And what date was that?
December the 7th.
December the 7th?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you remember that date?
Last month.
I'm sorry,
I don't understand.
how do you remember that it was December 2nd?
It was, I looked at the date.
Did somebody tell you the date?
Yes.
Who told you the date?
It was like my little sister,
And what's your little sister's name?
Chanel Howard.
So she's the one that told you the date, and that's how you remember it, to tell me that just now.
Yes.
Did she tell you anything else about that night?
No.
Or when did you talk to Chanel about the date?
Only on December 1998.
I'm sorry.
Only on December 1998.
You said that you were in your bedroom at nighttime, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the same bedroom you shared with, is it Chanel?
Yes.
And was it late at night or?
Late at night.
The usual time you were sleeping?
10,
So it was after 10?
yes,
And does Chanel usually go to bed at the same time you do?
yes,
Was she in the room then at that time? Then?
yes,
So you're in one twin bed and Chanel, your sister, is in the other twin.
yes.
How close are those two beds together?
They're like, not that far apart.
Could you reach out with both your hands and touch them?
Yes,
So very close then, right? And you said that you were sleeping with the light off, is that right?
yes,
And then you said that you woke up, is that correct?
yes.
And what woke you up?
When he had touched me,
All right, so somebody was touching you at that time.
yes,
But you told Ms. Moses, the prosecutor, that you didn't know who was touching you first, is that right?
yes,
Okay. And you said that you knew who it was because you looked,
yes,
but the lights were on, correct?
yes,
So did you, knowing that your sister was just a few feet from you, did you yell out for your sister?
no, because I couldn't see her,
I'm sorry,
no, because I couldn't see her,
well, why didn't you yell out for her?
because I didn't know what was happening at that time.
Well, you just said that somebody was touching you, you knew that was happening. Right?
Judge, just answer the question, Judge. She did not call out to her sister.
Right, I got that part, but I was asking, you said you didn't yell out because you didn't know what was happening,
Yes, because I was nervous.
because you were nervous.
Yes,
You had pajamas on at that time, is that right?
yes,
Were they shorts or long pants?
sure,
Shorts?
yes.
And when you were sleeping before you woke up, were you laying on your stomach or on your side or your back, if you remember?
On my side,
Was your back facing your sister or away from your sister the way you were laying on your side?
away from my sister.
And you said that the person who was doing the touching was not on the bed, is that correct?
Yes,
You said he was standing.
yes,
So which side of the bed was he standing on?
that's the front of the bed.
So would the back of the bed be against the wall?
Yes,
So the front of the bed would be the opposite end?
yes,
So that person was standing at the opposite end of the bed.
yes.
And you're in the middle of the bed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
That's a long ways for someone to reach, isn't it?
Objection, argumentative, or speculative, Judge.
I think it's speculative or argumentative. It's, that would be a long way for someone to reach, right?
no,
Why do you say that?
it's like, the bed is very little and anybody can reach it. Just that.
Okay, so you still say you're on your side and the person reached from the end of the bed touching you, is that right?
Yes,
Now you had shorts on, as you told us, right?
yes,
So was the person touching the outside of the shorts?
no, the inside,
Well, if your shorts were on, how would the person get their fingers inside the shorts?
through the leg part,
I'm sorry?
through the leg part,
The light part, but the shorts were still on.
yes,
So was it, again, are you telling me it's on the outside or inside?
and
So how did it get inside if the shorts were still on? Explain that to me again.
so you have like switch to,
Yeah,
then somebody can like go inside by using the bottom part,
so you say it's in the bottom part of the short,
yes,
on the top or the bottom?
the bottom,
So the bottom leg underneath the short is how that person was touching as they stood at the end of the bed.
yes,
And you were on your side at the time, as you told me, right?
yes,
So you weren't looking at the person,
no,
and it was dark in the room.
yes,
So you really can't say who the person was, can you?
I can't put that in my hand,
You turn your head where?
like to face them,
But how could you see him if it was dark?
because he's very tall, he's tall, and he's the tallest person in the house,
So you were basing it not on seeing the face, but on how tall the person was?
yes,
Nothing else, then, right? It could have been anybody who was that tall. Correct?
Like that tall in my house.
I understand that, but you agree it could have been anybody who was that tall, right?
Yeah.
But you couldn't see the face, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said after that person stopped, they left the room?
Yes.
So then, when the person left the room, did you tell your sister what happened?
No, I told my cousin first.
Why didn't you tell your sister who was within arm's length of you?
Because I was nervous.
I understand you were nervous, not too nervous to call your cousin though, right?
Yeah.
So you could have talked to your sister if you wanted to.
Yes.
Well, why didn't you?
So she answered, she was too nervous to tell her sister, asked and answered.
Yes,
These are reasonable questions from my point of view.
she indicated she was nervous, that's why she didn't ask the sister.
All right, well, let's get to who you did tell, and you called your cousin?
Yes.
And with a phone?
Yes.
Where was your phone?
Yes.
Where was it?
It was by me.
By your bed?
Yes.
And you decided to call your cousin, even though your sister was in the room. Correct? What's your cousin's name?
Deisha.
Deisha Black?
Yes.
Okay, and you use FaceTime, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you say to her?
Can you tell grandma that I'm being touched?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I told her to tell grandma that I was being touched.
Okay, and that's the exact word you used, right?
Yes.
Didn't say fingers inside you, you just said touched, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And you told that to your grandma or to your sister? I mean cousin, excuse me.
My cousin.
All right. So was that a short conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then after you talked to your cousin, did your grandma get on the phone?
No.
Okay, so you just talked to your cousin?
Yes.
Okay. After you talked to your cousin, what did you do?
I think my grandma had brought my mom. I had told my mom after that.
Okay, so what did you leave the room?
No, mama had walked into me.
Your mother came into the room?
Yes.
All right, and your mother's name for the record, please?
Shanita Black.
And did you tell Shanita Black what happened?
Yes.
Did you tell Shanita Black, your mother, that you were touched by that person?
Yes.
Didn't say fingers inside you, you just said touched by that person, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. You weren't lying, right?
No.
Okay. And what you told your mother is the person had touched her, you didn't say where?
Yes.
What did you say?
My private part.
That's all you told her happened, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you remember coming into contact with any police officers?
Yes.
Was that at your house?
Yes.
Detroit police officers, right?
Yes.
And did the police officers ask you what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the police officer that the person was touching you?
Yes.
And that you didn't say that the person ever put his finger inside you, did you?
I did.
I'll read a report to you. It says you tell Officer B. Ologa that a person had come to your room late at night, you were asleep, and you woke up to him touching your private vaginal area with his hand outside your pants and proceeded to touch you in that area, even after you told him to stop. Did you tell the officer that?
No.
I'm reading from the officer's report.
Judge, objection, a report is not evidence. She can testify when she's ready. So.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, you told us you didn't say anything to the person, is that right?
Yes,
Am I right about that?
yes,
Okay. But, did you tell the officer you told him to stop?
no,
Did you talk to anybody else that night about this incident?
no,
Did you ever get any, see any doctors?
no,
Ever go to the hospital?
yes.
Same day or the next?
It was like after those 2 days.
Nothing further, Judge.
You redirect?
Monty, I just need a little bit of clarification, so I'm gonna ask some questions, okay? A twin bed, so you have, it looks like a rectangle, is that fair to say? Yes. Okay, what part of that rectangle was touching the wall? The side. Okay, so is that the long side or the little side? The long side. The long side, okay. So as far as you seeing Jermaine, where was he positioned in relation to that bed? Was he at the feet, your feet, or your head, or your side?
Like, Judge, I would object to that. She said she saw a person who was as tall as my client, but didn't say she actually saw.
This, I'll reword it and then get back to that. This person that you saw, was he at your feet, your side, or your head? Feet, okay. And you indicated you were wearing shorts and you felt something through your leg hole, is that fair to say? Yes. Okay, were you also wearing panties at that time or no? Yes. And this touch that you felt, was it on top of the panties or under the panties? Under. Okay. And was it with one hand or two? One. Okay. Now, the room is dark, right? Yes. Okay. And you said you turned to look at this person, is that fair to say? Yes. Okay, did you see anything else or make any observations about this person other than his height? No. Okay, so you couldn't see any facial features at all? No. Okay, tell me again who was in the house with you that night, that you know of? My mom, my sister, my little brother. And what's your little brother's name again? Jamel. Jamel, how old is he? He's 3. Okay. So you talk it? A little bit. Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Judge, if you will call one more witness. You should need a blank. Yes.
Please step forward. Raise your right hand, ma'am. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. Voice up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone to your left. In fact, you can pick it up and place it in your lap and speak directly into your voice. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Ms. Black, can you say your name one more time for the record? Shanita Black. Okay. And are you familiar with someone named Jermaine Nolan? Yes. How are you familiar with him? He's my boyfriend of 9 years. 9 years. At any point in time, did you live with him? Yes, all the 9 years that we lived here. Okay. And did you ever live with him at a 19489 South Street in the city of Detroit? Yes. Okay. How long did you live there with him? Now it's going on about 4 years. Okay. When did you stop living with him? When he went to jail. Okay. And was that December? Yes, December 17th. Of 2023. 17 or 18. Yes, of 23. Okay. And are you familiar with someone named Imani Howard? Yes. Okay. How are you familiar with her? That's my daughter. Okay. And do you see someone in the courtroom that you recognize as Jermaine Nolan? Yes. Okay. Where is he positioned in this courtroom? Right up there. Okay. What does he wear? The green shirt. Does it ask for in-court identification of defendant?
So,
now, Ms. Black, December 17th, Sunday. Let's talk about your typical weekend schedule. Do you ever have anyone, who lives in the house, who lived in the house with you on December 17th?
Well, my 3 children and Jermaine Nolan, his son was there.
Okay, what are their names?
I didn't hear his name.
Huh?
What was the person's name you said?
Jermaine Nolan and me, and myself and my 3 kids with his 1 son.
I didn't hear what your name as far as his son's name.
His name is Jermaine Nolan, he's the second.
And how old is Jermaine Nolan, you said?
14.
Would you say he's very tall, not tall?
Yes, he's about tall as his father.
Okay. All right. And where did Jermaine Jr. sleep at?
Like their room, okay, I'm gonna say. Our room is their room is over here, and his room is like on the other side. And then the bathroom, like down the hallway, like the hallway apart.
Is there anything unique about Jermaine Jr.?
He's a tall, regular 14-year-old that's tall. He's just not different about him.
And
but you know, autism, that's about it.
Okay. How are you aware that he has autism?
Because I've been knowing him since he was 6 years old, and the way that he acts, and you know, by them being in foster care, the people come out to the house and stuff, so they told me about it. His daddy explained it to me.
Is he what you would call verbal?
Yeah, he can talk.
And did you ever see Jermaine Jr. in Imani's bedroom?
No.
Did you ever see Jermaine Nolan Sr. go into her bedroom?
No, I never seen him either.
And do you recall you calling police at some point?
Yes, I called police because my family member alerted me that it was going on. So I called Imani to the front line. And I asked Imani, had this, is this true what everybody is saying? She told me it was true. I called the police.
Let me ask you this, Jermaine Jr., is he, describe his body size?
He's kind of big,
Okay, when you say big, do you mean like built?
Yeah, kind of cocky.
But about the same height as your dad?
Yes.
One second, judges. No further questions.
Thank you. So there are a number of people living there on December 17th in that house, is that right?
No, no more people. That's about all of us is there. I don't have
All right. One of them included Jermaine Nolan Jr.
Yes,
You already told us is the same height as my client,
yes,
and you said that he suffers unfortunately from being autistic, is that correct?
yes.
You said you could tell by the way he acts.
Me, it's like,
That was your phrase, right?
yeah, but he don't act like a regular person. Yeah, he has autism. Since he was little.
And let me move on then. You said that on the night in question, you were upstairs in your room, is that right?
Yes.
And you got a phone call from somebody.
The day, and that was, no, the day of it happened, the day that it happened, I didn't know nothing about it. That was nighttime. Everybody was supposed to be in bed, asleep.
Did you ever come downstairs?
No, because I came downstairs like early that morning. And that's when my family started alerting me, calling me, everybody started calling me going crazy.
Okay, so that morning, did you go talk to your daughter?
Yes, I called Imani to the front,
Okay,
and he was right there, and I said, is this true what everyone is saying? And she told me it was true. So I got on the phone, and I called 911.
good. But before we get there, did she tell you that somebody had touched her private part?
She told me, yes, he had.
That he had touched her private part?
Yes.
That's all she said happened, is that correct?
He had snuck in her room, put his hand up on her bed, he had put his hands in her hand, yes.
And touched her?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Can you be direct?
No, Judge.
Thank you, you may stay.
Actually, Judge, can I ask one question? One follow-up question, very short. Ms. Black, the day, December 17th of 2023, are you aware if Jermaine Jr. was at the house at that time? You said, what day? December 17th of 2020.
Yes, he was there.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further. Judge, I believe at this point in time, I have a police report from Officer P-O-L-O-G-A, who came to the house, who interviewed the complainant, and in his report.
Judge, I'm gonna object to this. I'm not sure what reading a report when the witness is not even here. That's not evidence. Judge.
Okay, I'm trying to,
Here.
I want to call him to the witness. I'm trying to lay a good faith basis as to why I want him to the house to stand.
Why didn't you bring that to our attention?
Because I didn't know that she was going to say something different than what was in the police officer's report in terms of conversation between the police officer and the complainant.
And so she said she didn't say it. The officer comes forward. He says that she did say it. How does that change?
Well, I think from my perspective, it changes things because the first person she told, her cousin, said there was only a touching, didn't say anything about penetration. Second person she told, same thing, her mother. And then the police later arrived and she says the same thing, just a touching. And she denied that, but it's in the officer's report. I want to show you that there's a consistent line of just description of the event by this complainant to a cousin, to a mother, and then a Detroit police officer that there was a touching and no penetration. That's the importance of it.
I'm not so sure that the other witnesses' testimony, namely the mother's testimony, is inconsistent with the girl who testified in that section. Penetration could be the same.
Oh. Touching, they're touching outside the vagina, there's penetration inside the vagina. That to me is not the same thing. That's why we have CSC 3 and CSC 1.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Cooper. What I'm saying is that it's like you're playing with semantics. In that she says that he touched her. She said that here too, that he touched her. And then upon more probing as to what you mean by touching, then she explained in further details what that touching entailed, that it entailed him penetrating her with his fingers.
On my cross, I said, you never said that he put his fingers inside you. Did you? You said no. I think there's a difference.
Judge, I would agree that it's a semantics issue. She said touching, but then she specified in the kids talk, which was provided to defense as well as on the stand today on the oath. May I finish my statement? Then
Yeah, but
go ahead
you're
and
referring to
object.
evidence that was never presented to the court.
She testified on the stand.
You're referring to a police report. Is that
She's been trying to explain to you why I want to call the witness. All right.
Judge, I think Mr. Cripps is focusing on the wrong issue here. People can't fight over at this time. There's clearly an identification issue. As far as whether it's son or Mr. Nolan, only because they're the same height, she did not see any facial features. My concern is the identification of this one, Judge. I wouldn't be making a fight over argument at this time.
I agree.
Of course you do. I mean, good faith argument, Judge. There's two people who, Ms. Black testified are about the same build, stocky, tall, about the same height as his father, in the house at the time on the same night. It's late at night, it's dark. Imani indicated that she turned her head, but she didn't see any distinguishing features other than the height. So, based on my P number and good faith argument, I can't say definitively that this was dad or stepdad.
Thank you.
Sure.
surprised you didn't.
No, I said her. But it did.
It's surprising.
It's refreshing.
Well, that concludes the docket for today. I hope to see you Tuesday. You guys enjoy. Holiday. Also, once again, I'd like to wish a happy birthday to Jasmine. Happy birthday, old lady.
That was theirs, right?
Yeah.
Seven.
Be a good holiday. Thank you. I will enjoy my.
Oh, my snowplow guy, you told me not to worry about it, it's gonna be all right.
You said that?
My snowplow person.
Oh,
I hope he's right.
probably is.
Is it snowing now? Is it snowing now?
I don't know. When I came in, it was not.
Well, the court is closing at 3:30 today. So.
Oh, that's.